All right. Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody? Good. All right. Turn this around. Good. Okay, and we have a new camera. Super excited. If we get it set up right, it will probably follow me around, which is really cool. So we'll see. We'll give it a good try. All right. Good morning, everybody. How was your weekend? Good, good. All right. So you guys have been getting wrap-up emails. Is there anybody who has not gotten the emails? Okay, make sure you see me after class so I can fix your email to make sure that you're getting those. Because in those wrap-up emails is very, very important. Good morning, Elizabeth. Very important information, review links, but also it's going to give you some information that you're going to need Wednesday, because Wednesday we're going to be covering how to register for the test, and you're going to need some of the information in that email. So if you have not been getting our emails, make sure you see me after class. Good? Good. Are you guys getting your, oh, good. Are you guys getting your review sheets and completing them after each class? If you complete those while the information is still fresh in your mind after class, when you go to test, it makes a great review packet that you can review while you're sitting in your car waiting to test, rather than trying to go through that whole book and what do I need to remember? What do I need to know? Those review sheets are your study guide. Good? Questions? Okay, you read 2 chapters over the weekend, chapters 2 and 3. I know they were long. I know. I know. Does anybody have any questions on those chapters? Any questions? All right. You should have graded the tests on page 182 and 183. So when I call your name, if you can tell me either how many you missed, or if you want to use that grading scale down here, you can tell me your score. Paula? That's fine. Do you have chapter 1 for me? Okay. Chapter 1, you got an 80? Okay. Olivia?
Chapter 2, I got an 80. Chapter 3, I got an 85.
Thank you. Cindy? You missed 1?
Yes, 1.
Okay. Gabriella? Chavez? 3? What about chapter 3? 2. Melissa?
I didn't get it done.
That's fine. Do you have chapter 1 for me by any chance?
I got 2 wrong.
Thank you. Ariana?
For chapter 2, I got an 80, and then for chapter 3, I got a 90.
Thank you. Fabrice?
Chapter 2, 90, 3, 100.
Thank you. Brianna? D. Brianna D.
Chapter 2, I got a 90, and for chapter 3, I got an 85.
Thank you. Antonio?
I got 100% on both.
Thank you. Gabrielle H. Daniel?
Chapter 2, I got 1 wrong, and chapter 3, I got 2 wrong.
Thank you. Drew?
Chapter 2, I got 2 wrong. Chapter 1, I got 2 wrong.
Thank you. Brianna R.
I got an 80 and a 90.
Thank you. Jamie? Amara?
Chapter 2, 100. Chapter 3, 95.
Thank you. And Mahala?
I got a 285.
Thank you. All right. Any questions on anything you got wrong? If you got something wrong, do you know why you got, why your answer was wrong? That's the most important part. I don't care about the grades. I could care. Nobody is going to look up at you when you're caring for them and say, oh, by the way, what'd you get on chapter 2? I mean, nobody cares. The grades don't matter. Comprehension matters. I'm going to hope that you learned enough from chapter 2 to care for me properly. So if you miss something and you don't really understand why your answer was not correct, you need to ask me so I can go over it with you. Sound good? Questions? All right, let's review. I know the weekend was very long. And you might have forgotten a thing or two. I'm going to turn this air down just a little bit, just because it is just a little warm in here. Okay, so let's review. We will do a review at the beginning of each class, reviewing all of the principles and the skills that we've learned up until, I think it's class 6. So these reviews are going to be very helpful for you. If you can't remember certain principles, always look at the beginning of the classes for the reviews. Good? How do we know what to do with each patient? Yeah, we follow the care plan. Good morning, Matilda. We follow the care. Hi, Carrie Ann. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and no. What does that mean? Yeah, don't do anything else. Don't change it. Don't alter it. Don't add to it. Don't take away from it. It stands alone. Very good. Good morning. While we're following that care plan, half of our job is to observe. And what are we going to do with those observations? Report them to the nurse. Great job. All right. Every skill that we do is going to start with an opening. What does every opening start with? A knock. Remember, that's going to be super important when you go to test and you can't remember, oh my gosh, what do I do? What's my first step? You should always remember this. If you can get started, the rest of the skill will flow. Okay, good, good. Okay, so every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. Once we gain entry, oh, by the way, for the test, you don't have to wait for them to say come in. You don't have to wait for that. You just knock and enter. But in a clinical setting, if the door is closed, remember, closed doors usually mean privacy. Wait until somebody says come in. If you don't hear anything, knock again. Maybe they didn't hear you. If you still don't hear anything, crack that door open and make sure there's no emergency on the other side. Okay, but we give them a couple of warnings because you just don't know what's happening on the other side of a closed door. Good? Good. All right, once we gain entry, who do we greet? And how do we do that? By name, right. We're not looking at an ID band for the test. We're asking them their name or greeting them by name and allowing them to tell us if it's not them. For the test, everybody's Mr. or Mrs. Jones. Good? All right, once we've greeted them by name, what do they need to know about us? And title, that's right. Don't just walk in and say, hey, I'm Patty. I mean, use your name. Don't use mine. Hey, I'm Patty. That doesn't help anybody, right? They need to know our name and title. So, hi, I'm Patty, your CNA today. What else do we need to tell them? Yeah, what we're doing. Yeah, insert name of skill here. And you can read it right off the care plan if you want to, or you can put it in your own words. Nobody cares. As long as that patient knows what you're about to do, nobody cares how you get that accomplished. But I do want you to remain professional here. Okay, so we may not be using medical terminology because that can scare patients. That's a foreign language. So we may not be using medical terminology, but we definitely want to keep it, professional. Like if I'm going to do personal care on a patient, like anything below the waist, I usually don't say I'm going to perform pericare on you because patients may or may not know what that is. I would say I'm going to perform personal care. I'm not going to say I'm going to wash your hoo-ha, right? That's just not professional. So even though we're telling them what we're doing, we still want to remain professional. Good? Okay, what do you need to get from them? Most important question. Consent. Yeah, is that okay? Most important question. If they say no, what do we do? Tell the nurse, stop. Don't go any further. You don't have permission. If it's a dementia patient, you will learn how to work with dementia patients, and we usually give them limited choice. With dementia patients, routine is key. Do not vary from a routine with a dementia patient. If they eat lunch at 12:05, do not serve them at 12:06. They need routine. And as long as that routine remains constant, your dementia patients usually will be okay. It's when they have to cope with change that everything goes out the window, because now they need a coping mechanism that they currently don't possess. And, you can imagine the chaos that's happening inside them without coping mechanisms. Good? So limited choice with dementia patients. All right, so we got consent. Yay. We're allowed to do whatever it is that we told them we were going to do. So now we're going to get started with doing that thing, and that is going to require privacy. So what are we going to close? Is that curtain clean? What do you want to do? Wash your hands. So we're going to go wash all of those cooties off of our hands, and then we can go get our clean supplies. Our cardinal rule here that we cannot ever break is do not touch that patient until your hands are clean. I don't care what it is. Even if you're handing them a call light or adjusting their pillow, no. Cardinal rule. If you do this, if you touch a patient before you've washed your hands, it is an automatic fail. Why? That's right. They are currently fighting some other war. We are bringing them huge pathogens that they're going to have to fight off. So remember, we don't touch patients until our hands are clean. If you break that rule, you will fail because it has a huge impact on it's not about you. That test is never about you, ever. It's always about the patient. All right, so we've done our opening. Great job. Now, let's talk about gloves. Did you guys learn anything on Wednesday about gloves? Can you just wear gloves all the time for everything in healthcare? No. Who does it put at risk when you do that? The patient. That's right. So we have to know when we're going to wear gloves. We have 3 rules here. If you're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, anything normally covered by a bathing suit, or non-intact skin openings. If you're going to touch any of those 3, what do you need? Gloves. Very good. Very good. Good morning, Gabrielle. If you are going to wear gloves, what is the first thing those gloves should touch? The patient, not the supplies, not the bed, not the curtain. They've got to touch the patient first. You're going to keep those gloves clean. And then once you have touched the patient, your gloves are dirty. So pay attention to your environment. What are you touching? What kind of pathogens are you spreading around that somebody is going to touch later, right? So be aware of what you're touching with dirty gloves. And then we have to remove our gloves correctly. This means we're going to pinch up at the cuff and then go under. Skin can touch skin. Skin cannot touch dirty gloves. Great job. Good morning, Terry Ann. All right, so then we learned about the barrier. This is something that we're going to use anytime we have supplies. And why would that be important? Why do we need a barrier? Yeah, table's not clean. Yeah, it's got grape jelly from dinner last night or breakfast this morning, brown gravy from dinner last night. I mean, it's not clean. It's had dirty Kleenexes on it, chapstick, all kinds of stuff. So A barrier provides a clean area to put your clean supplies. Barrier is all about clean. We can only touch supplies with what kind of hands? Clean hands. Again, all about clean. Oh, very good, Barbs. Best of luck to you. Great vibes out to you. You're going to do great. All right. So we can't let those supplies touch our uniform. Why? Uniform is not clean. Yeah, it's dirty. So you don't want to contaminate those supplies before we use them. And when do we get the barrier? Why? Yeah, you can't carry both, and you can't spread the barrier out on the table without contaminating all of your supplies. So very important that we get the barrier first, spread it out, and then go get our supplies. Great job. All right. So we also learned about a privacy blanket. Now, if you watch other videos on YouTube, you're going to see a lot of places that do not use a privacy blanket. And when you go to work at a facility, the people that are training you, your preceptors, which are other CNAs, they may say, oh yeah, we don't use privacy blanket here. I want you to consider the effect of that on the patient. So even though you may see things done differently out there, doesn't necessarily mean that that is the right way. Does that make sense? That makes sense? Now, when you're out there working, I encourage you not to cut corners, because every corner you cut is going to have an effect on the patient. Absolutely. So we're going to use a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed, right? And those privacy blankets are there not just for privacy, but also to keep the patient warm. Correct. So uncovered or undressed. Remember that the patient has to be covered at all times. So if we are using a privacy blanket, we put it on over the sheet and pull that sheet down underneath. So the patient's always covered with something. When we remove the privacy blanket, we're going to do it the other way. Pull the sheet over. That way they're covered, and then remove the blanket. Don't just pull the sheet all the way down. I don't want to see any knobby knees anywhere. Good? Good? Okay. All right. What should we not do with a privacy blanket? Shake it or snap it. That's right. And then we have to, if we're going to remove that privacy blanket, do it after you remove your gloves if you're wearing them, because you've got to pull that sheet up. Remember, this kind of goes back to be careful what your gloves are touching. If your gloves are dirty and you pull that sheet right up next to their face, they've got all kinds of holes up here, right? Remember, holes are ways for pathogens to get in. You don't want to contaminate that sheet with those gloves by pulling it up next to their face. Good? So we would remove our gloves and then remove the privacy blanket. Great job. Moving on. Now, most of these are repeats of things we've already learned. And remember, if it's a repeat, it's doubly important. So linens cannot touch your uniform. Very good. You have to have what kind of hands to get your linens? Okay, let's time out there for a second. You are going to see all kinds of stuff when you go to take your test. All kinds of crazy stuff, because you're paired up with another testing student that may not have come here. Probably didn't. So you will see all kinds of things like people going and grabbing those supplies before they ever start their opening. And they'll hold those supplies right up next to them and then knock and go through their opening. Well, let's talk about that real quick. Number one, they are touching supplies before they've washed their hands. Is that okay? Why? Yeah, absolutely. We're contaminating those supplies, dirty uniform. Number two, when you go in with a handful of supplies and then ask somebody, hey, can I do this? It kind of takes away their ability to say no, right? It's very presumptuous. Does that make sense? We're basically saying, hey, can I do this? But I really don't care what you say because I'm already prepared. Does that make sense? Okay. So the third problem with this is that when you walk in with supplies and we've touched those supplies and we haven't washed our hands and it kind of takes away the patient's right to say no, now you've got to have a place to put those supplies while you go wash your hands. And wherever we put them is probably not clean. So you will see things like that on the state exam. You cannot react. Don't go like, no. Don't react, because anything that you do to react to that is giving somebody a clue, and they consider that cheating. Does that make sense? Okay. So whatever you see on the test, just pretend like you don't know any better. It's okay. But that person probably isn't going to pass. And in their mind, all they're thinking is, well, I got the supplies at the wrong time. Why did that fail me? So are you starting to see that the way you look at the test is going to really impact your performance? Good. Questions? All right. We can't snap or shake our linens. Another one that is a repeat. We're going to skip 2. We'll come back to those, and we're going to go down to the bottom, and unused linens must be, what do we have to do with them if we don't use them? Yeah. Yeah, discard them. Yeah, put them in dirty linen. Very good. We'll cover the rest of them in a future lesson. Great job. Now we get to the closing. Closing is done at the end of every skill. There's lots and lots and lots and lots of steps to the closing. But we have to make sure the patient is in what kind of an environment? Clean. Yeah, it's got to be neat, tidy, orderly. Patients rest better in a neat environment. If it's all cluttered and chaotic and stuff is everywhere, it tends to ramp up anxiety. And this is a CNA action, keeping the patient's environment clean. Housekeeping does the heavy lifting for us, but neat and tidy is all us. My rule here is always leave your patient looking better than you found them. If you do that, you will always be seen as a good CNA by the patients and the nurses you're helping. All right. What kind of position does that bed need to be in? The lowest position. Yeah. So the head of the bed is not really what we're focused on here. Head of the bed is whatever the patient wants at the end of the skill. If they want to sit up and eat, they can. If they want to lay down and nap, they can. We don't care. It's the whole bed. And let me explain why. We're going to get into this a little bit more today. Let me explain why. How many of you guys sleep in a bed? Yeah. How long have you been sleeping in a bed? Pretty much your whole life, right? Now, when you were somewhere between 1 and 2, you probably started climbing out of your crib. And mom realized pretty quick that the crib is no longer effective. So they took away the crib and they gave you one of those toddler beds that was super low to the ground. And if mom liked you, she probably put something soft on the ground so that when you learned and you rolled out of bed, you wouldn't hurt yourself, right? Right? So here's the thing. That's actually very important, because in that stage of life, you learn something called spatial awareness. This is something that the brain learns somewhere between 1 and 3 years old. It's very important. It's why you can sit in these chairs without arms and not fall off. Your body is now aware of the space around it and arranges your body in a way to keep you safe. You learn this between 1 and 3 years old. Very important. Good? Okay. So now you sleep in a big girl or big boy bed, and you have for a long time. And when you go to bed at night and you swing your legs in and you lay down and you go to sleep and you're dead to the world, you don't think about this. When you wake up in the morning and you're all groggy, you swing your legs out and that floor is always right where you left it. That floor has never moved a day in its life. When you get into bed, You expect the floor to be right there when you get out of that bed. Make sense? When we in healthcare raise that bed to a comfortable height for us, if we're going to change the sheets or whatever we're doing, if we don't want to bend, we raise that whole bed up. It's a great feature. The problem is that what we did is move the floor. Now, when that patient, good morning, Jen. Now, when that patient goes to get out of bed and they're a little groggy because they've been sleeping, maybe medicated, probably sleep deprived. We've talked about all this. They swing their legs out. If that floor is not where they expect it to be, what happens? They fall. Absolutely. We're not afraid of the patients rolling out of bed. Trust me, you guys can stay in bed. Your patients can stay in bed. That's not what this is. This is all about moving the floor. We got to put that floor back where we found it. Does that make sense? So that bed needs to be in the lowest position, always. Good? Okay, so we have to make sure they're in a clean environment. They've got to be safe, so bed in the low position. We need to ask them a specific question. They need to hear this word. What do they need to hear? Comfortable. Are you comfortable? And we can do this by addressing preferences. Would you like the remote? Would you like a magazine? Would you like your crossword puzzle book? You've got to address their preferences. Now, this is the time you can ask, do you want the bed up or down? You don't have to for the test, but you can. Good. Remember, patients don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And that's what this is all about. This whole closing is all about care. We want to leave them on a good note. Good? All right. We also need to make sure that they are covered. So there's lots of C's here. Clean and safe, comfortable, covered, all of that. A lot of C's. We do not want to see knobby knees. So if the patient isn't dressed, what should they have on? A sheet or a blanket or something. I don't want to see their knees. Good? Now, I know I say that a lot. I actually had a student come back not too long ago after taking the test and say, thank God you talk about knees, because I would have forgotten. I looked at the patient, I saw their knees, and immediately thought, oh my gosh, something is wrong. Okay, so I say these things in a way that's going to stick. Good? Okay. All right. Now we can open the privacy curtain. We don't need it anymore. Skill is over, but that curtain is what? Dirty. So what do we want to do? Wash our hands. Yeah. So we're going to give them the call light. The order that you do this, it doesn't matter, right? Curtain, that call light is just as dirty as that curtain. So curtain, call light, clean and safe, covered, right? All of those things, whatever order you want to do it in, I don't care. But at the end, when you're all done with the patient, then we're going to go wash our hands. Good. Why do we have to wash our hands after care? Right. We got to get rid of that patient's cooties before we go to somebody else. So what happens if we do our whole closing, right? We get all done. We get over to the sink. We start to wash our hands and we realize we did not open the privacy curtain. We look over and it's still closed. Now we're already washing our hands. So what would you do then? Okay, so open the curtain, wash the hands again. Yeah. You could also probably tell the evaluator, I would have opened the curtain before I washed my hands. Yeah, you can make a correction. But at the end of the day, when we're done with the patient, our hands have to be, clean. So once we've done that, once we now have clean hands, yay. If we have to document, this is when we would do it, because you cannot touch a pen that lives in your pocket with unclean hands. So we go clean our hands, we grab our pen, we document if we need to. But our rule here, super important rule here, is we have to end the skill with clean hands. So we would have to wash our hands again. So every documentation skill has 3 hand washings. One at the beginning before we touch our patient, one at the end after our closing, and one at the very end after documentation. Every time has to be 20 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, every time has to be 20 seconds. Now, let's talk about that, okay? Where do those evaluators want to be? At home, in their pool, drinking their margaritas. They do not want to watch everybody wash their hands that many times. So let me explain this, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All 8 of you are here to test. I'm the evaluator. You're number 1. You wash your hands at the beginning of skill 1 and the end of skill 1. The beginning of skill 2 and the end of skill 2. The beginning of skill 3, the end of skill 3, and after documenting for skill 3. That is 7 hand washings, 1 person. And 7 hand washings, and 7 hand washings, and 7 hand washings, and 7. Where do they want to be? Do they really want to watch you wash your hands that many times? No. So, for the test only. In a clinical setting, yes, you're going to wash your hands that many times and more. But for the test, they are going to tell you after your second hand washing, after the second one, that you can simulate hand washing. Simulate just means say. So you're going to wash your hands before skill 1, do your skill, and at the end of skill 1. Then they're going to tell you can simulate. So during skill 2, you would say, I would wash my hands now. You don't have to rub them together for 20 seconds. You don't have to go to the sink. It's say, I would wash my hands here. Now, that means that we've reduced the time of the test. Good. So simulate means say. We don't simulate until the evaluators tell us to simulate. So you're just going to follow their instructions. Right. I'm going to wash my hands. I would wash my hands now. Yep. So Jen says it's 5 skills in Pennsylvania where she tests. Now, let me talk about that. Every state's a little bit different. Every state is a little bit different. There's actually a state that doesn't have any clinical skills test, just a written. Cool, right? It's only one. All Prometric states are exactly the same. We are also graded on 5 skills, though. I've only talked to you about 3, but we're actually graded on 5. So we're graded on the 3 that are on our care plan set, the yellow thing up there. Remember the yellow? Right? So we're graded on doing those 3 skills, but we're also graded on hand washing. That's our 4th skill. And we're graded on indirect care, which we talked about at the end of class 1. It's how we approach the patient, how we talk to them, how we treat them. That is also graded. So we are also graded on 5 skills. Indirect care can fail you guys. Can. So we are also graded on 5 skills. But what she's talking about actually is 5 clinical skills that they have to demonstrate. So we're getting off easy. We only have to do 3.
Can we talk out loud while we're doing the whole skill? Like,
Oh, let's talk about that.
that helped me. I recorded it and I've been watching it. So, hello, Mrs. Jones. Do you say all that? Or?
Sure. So, yes, we have to say all of the opening and all of the closing because those are checkpoints. But in between, let's talk about that for a second. Okay. So there's no checkpoint that says, said everything that Miss Patty says. No checkpoint that says that. However, if you were the patient in the bed, let's think about that for a second. You're in a strange place, surrounded by strangers. You don't really know what's happening to you. You're scared to death. And then somebody comes along and does an entire skill silent. How weird would that feel? it would almost feel like they were mad at you or that you had done something wrong. Does that make sense? So, should we talk to the patient while we're doing the skills? Absolutely. Now, if you don't know the patient, you don't know what to talk about the skill. Tell them every step of the way what you're doing. That way they're aware of it. But if I've been caring for this patient for a long time and they know what I'm doing and I know what I'm doing, and so I would be talking to them about the day or about an activity coming up, or, is your family coming this weekend? Or, we're going to have a conversation because everybody relies on some sort of social interaction with others. Can you imagine for a second? You get put in a place against your will and there's nobody to talk to? Nobody? Like, everybody acts like you're an inconvenience. Nobody wants to talk to you. It would almost feel like you were in prison. And they get to pay thousands of dollars a month to be treated like they are in prison. Does that seem fair? So talk to your patients. Now, for the test, you want to say all the steps. The reason for that is twofold. Number one, it's going to remind you what to do, right? When you're talking your skill out, you will remember the next step. It's just fact. You're reciting the steps. But the second reason is, remember, those evaluators have to check off on a specific checklist. That means that they are reading a checklist. If my eyes are down here, can I see you do something? So if you're saying it out loud and I happen to miss it with my eyes, I'll still get it with my ears. So you should talk the skills out as you're doing them for the test. Good. But it does help you a lot. A lot. Good morning. All right. Any questions on the principles that we've learned so far? So out of the 11 that we have to learn, we've learned skill rules, opening, barrier, glove rules, privacy blanket, and linen rules, and the closing. That only leaves us 4 left to learn. Good job. See, it's not too hard, is it? Sorry. Now let's review the skills that we learned. Okay. So we just reviewed the principles. Now let's review the skills. We learned to take a pulse. We're always going to support the arm at the elbow. Don't leave that arm hanging out in midair. Pulses are always reported over 1 minute. How long you count will be up to the care plan, but they're always reported over 1 minute. And normal is between 60 and 100. So if I got 52 for a pulse, what would I do with that information? Tell the nurse. If I got 140 for the pulse, what would I do? Yeah, you might want to go quickly. Quickly. All right. We're going to use our fingertips, not the flat area of our fingers.
If the pulse, like when you're checking it and it comes out like wrong, like under like the inside of their mouth, do you immediately stop and go to the nurse, or do you finish?
So it depends, honestly, on your patient. If your patient's sitting in bed and they're just chatting away and don't seem like anything is wrong, then finish what you're doing and go let the nurse know. If your patient is super pale, gasping for breath, looks like death warmed over, then you probably ought to stop what you're doing and go get a nurse. So it really depends on the patient. And the reason for that is we can have people that have a super low pulse rate because they're cardio athletes and they'll have a pulse rate of like 36 and they're sitting in bed talking to you and everything is fine. Well, that one, you're still going to report it because it's under our normal, but we don't have to go like right this second because they look good. Does that make sense? Now, if we've got a patient who is unresponsive in bed, super pale, and their pulse rate is 36, yeah, We're probably calling a code on that one. Does that make sense? So we always report it. How fast you report it is really going to kind of depend a little bit on how your patient looks. Okay, good. Remember, we don't make judgments. We don't decide if that's normal. Okay. All right, we don't use which finger to take our pulse or to take a pulse. Thumb, never use your thumb. The radial pulse, is it at the top or the bottom of the wrist? The top, that's right. So if during the test, if you've got your fingers way down here, you are not on the radial pulse and we're not following the care plan. Okay. We're going to say start and stop for the test because we have to count with the evaluators and they have to know when we're starting and when we stop. And this is a documentation skill. Remember, if you ever count something and you don't write it down, no one can use that information. It is worthless, just like you didn't do it. I got to go do it myself now. Did that save me any time as a nurse? No. So if we count something, we have to write it down. All right, we also learned how to dress a resident, and we remember this by USA First. USA First. So we're going to ask what they want to wear. Remember, patients have a right to choose their own clothing. We're going to get the clothing before we undress them. Don't leave a naked patient hanging out on a bed. That is uncomfortable. We're going to lift everything from below, supporting the joints at all times. We'll undress the strong arm first and dress the weak arm first. That's what USA means. Undress strong arm first. This allows the garment to just slide right off that weak arm. No movement necessary. It also allows the clean garment to slide right on. No movement necessary. We're going to make the stronger arm do all the work. We want to adjust the clothing for neatness and appearance. Don't overextend or force movement. Super important. Have you ever tried to put like a sweater on a wiggly infant? Right? It's really easy, with the cuffs to get that finger and bend it backwards. And we always feel horrible for kids. The good news about kids is they're very bendy, right? You probably didn't hurt them. As we get older, we are not bendy anymore. You do that with an older person, you will dislocate their finger. Absolutely. So be careful not to overextend or force movement. I am definitely getting older because I am noticing I am way less bendy. Yeah. I'm double jointed. I can, my hands used to really curve back, but all of my joints are double jointed. I was like super bendy growing up. I'm like, it's a good day if I can straighten a body part now. So this is starting to make sense to me, and it probably won't make sense to you until you get old, but we are not as bendy as we used to be as we age. All right, we're going to adjust that clothing for neatness and appearance. All dirty items go in the hamper. Can we drop dirty stuff on the floor? No, never. Don't put anything dirty on the floor. And then we want to put the call light in the stronger hand. We didn't learn that. Okay, we'll go back to range of motion a little bit later in the program. We're good. Okay, so this is what we have covered so far. We have 4 principles left to learn, and we are going to learn some of those today. And boy, do I have a story for you. So page 116 is where we're going to start. This is hand and nail care. And remember that these pages really give us an overview of the skill. Okay, just a brief overview of what we're going to do with the skill. So down the side, you can see all the principles that are going to come to play in this skill. And man, there are a lot of principles compared to what we've learned so far. So we're ramping up the difficulty level here. All of those principles are spelled out here for us. Test specific information here. Brief overview here. This is the Cliff Notes version of this skill. And then we have a video for this. Down at the bottom, you can see test-specific information. So somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill in what time frame? That does not mean you have to take 11 minutes to do this skill. You can take less. No problem. You can even take more in some circumstances. So let me explain this to you. We're going to talk about skills timing here because this comes up a lot. Go to page 71 in your book real quick. Let me have the yellow. I need to get another one of these in here. Yep. Okay. So there is a formula that is used by the test to tell you how much time you're going to have to do your skills test in your spiral book, page 71 in the spiral book. So when you get your skill set, you are going to be given a total amount of time. So what's your name? Way back, yep. Paula. Paula, can you give me a number 1 to 11? 8. Awesome, I was right there. Okay, so the computer picked skill set 8 randomly for me to perform. And when the evaluators read this to me, they're going to tell me that I have 31 minutes to perform this skill set. So 31 minutes. So even though we talk a little bit about the skill time for each skill, the timing isn't graded independently on the skills. It's graded all together. So let's figure out how they got 31 minutes for this skill set. So if you look on page 71, you'll see a little chart there in the middle of the first column. My first skill is feeding a resident who is in a chair. How much time does the test give me to do that? 9 minutes. You guys see that? 9 minutes. In the middle of the first column on page 71, there's a little chart that tells you how many minutes per skill. All right, my second skill is to perform passive range of motion to elbow and wrist. So range of motion, ROM. 4 minutes. So if we add 9 and 4, we get 13. My last skill is to assist a resident needing a bedpan. So how long do I have to do a bedpan skill? 10 minutes. So if we add 10 to that, so we were at 9 and 4 is 13 plus 10 is 23. Our math is strong. So we have 23 minutes. But I told you you've got 31. So where does the extra time come from? Well, they give you another 3 minutes for hand washing. So they're going to throw in some bonus time for hand washing. So the time that it takes you to wash your hands during the skill, it doesn't count toward the skill time. They give you extra time for that. So if we have 23 plus 3, anybody know what that is? 26. So 26, 31. What happened? What's that other 5 minutes for? The other 5 minutes is something called transition time. I call it thinking time. They give you an extra bonus 5 minutes to think about your skill, to go back and reread that care plan, to make any corrections. You get like bonus 5 minutes to do whatever you want with it. So when you add all of those things together, 9, 4, 10, 3, and 5, add all that together, you get 31 minutes. And that's what they're going to give you. Does that make sense? So when we go here to this page and you look at the bottom and you see that 11 minutes, what that means is that's going to be what they're going to give you on the test as part of your whole. If you take more than 11 minutes, you just reduce the amount of time for the rest of the skills. Does that make sense? They're not going to cut you off at 11 minutes and say, stop, you're done. It's the time they use to compute your overall time. Does that make sense? Good. So let's talk about, well, wait a minute. If I got 31 minutes, what happens if I go over? What happens? And it's not an automatic fail. They're going to give you a 5-minute warning. So by the time you get to 26 minutes, they're going to say, hey, 5 minutes, 5-minute warning. When you get that 5-minute warning, you want to get as many checkpoints in as possible. Remember, our closing counts for a whole lot of checkpoints. You guys remember that? Closing, a lot of checkpoints. So when you have a 5-minute warning, you want to get as many checkpoints in as possible. So you kind of want to go on supersonic speed. Let's move this along. But it's not an automatic fail if you time out. My students don't time out. You just don't. In fact, you'll be done with like 10 minutes to spare. Where people get into trouble here with timing is if they have no idea what they're doing. When you have absolutely no idea what you're doing and you have to go back and backtrack and redo steps and go back and get supplies and you're just kind of disorganized all over the place, that's where timing becomes an issue. My students are pretty organized. You know that the opening comes first. You know that the closing comes last. We're learning principles along the way. So even if you kind of have to stop and think about certain steps, you're not disorganized. Does that make sense? So when we talk about timing, remember that this is just part of the whole skills timing that you're given. Good? Good? Jen says, just to put it into perspective, I did 5 skills in 21 minutes. Good job, Jen. Good job. All right, so to do this skill, we have 2 principles that we have to learn. We haven't learned yet. 2 principles, washing rules and basin cleaning. So we're going to start with washing rules. This is on page 112. So I've got a story for you. Could not have come at a better time. This is horrible. Horrible. There was a headline this weekend that 2 people, a CNA and a nurse, were arrested and charged because a patient in their care in a nursing home suffered 3rd-degree burns and ultimately died from being submerged in too hot water. 3rd-degree burn. How hot did that water have to be to get 3rd-degree burns? And why wasn't somebody aware? This patient was screaming for help. They left him in there for 15 minutes. I think these people should be charged. That is not just heinous, but that is torture. When we have somebody who is unable to care for themselves and has to rely on trained strangers to perform these skills, those strangers had better know what they're doing. And they've got to be able to do the skill in a way to keep their patients safe. That's the whole point here, is to be able to do skills professionally and keep your patient safe. So one of our principles that we have to adhere to as we're going through this, we're going to talk about this, but we check the water temperature. That's just a no-brainer. But do you know who else should be checking that water temperature? The patient. That's right. And what do you think we should do if they say, oh, that's too hot? Yeah, address it. Absolutely. This made me sick to my stomach reading this. It's horrible. And a lot of CNAs are coming to the defense of these two individuals. Well, we're overworked and we're this and we're that. And okay, I get it. I understand all that, but there is no excuse on this planet for putting somebody in water that burns them 3rd degree deep. I don't care how busy you are. I don't care how busy you are. That is unacceptable. Does that make sense? I've got a soapbox here. This is horrible. We've got to do better than this. But this is the very reason that these rules exist for situations like this. So I can tell you with absolute certainty, the test is really going to be on this step now. I mean, they actually had a meeting about it. Got it? Okay. All right, so let's talk. Good morning, Betty. Let's talk about washing basics. This is page 113. And I'm going to give you some information that you probably don't have about aging. This is kind of interesting. So all of the notes are on page 113 for you. You don't have to take notes here. We have to think about how we bathe, right? So we turn the water on, we get into the shower, we get wet, we soap up, and then we rinse off. Would you ever get out of the shower covered in soap with shampoo in your hair? No, it just doesn't make any sense, right? Nobody would do that. So we have to remember that rinsing is an important component of washing. It's not just washing, it's washing and rinsing together. Well, if we have to rinse, whatever we wash, we rinse. If we have to rinse, that means that we need a clean water source to rinse with. Make sense? All right, well, in the shower, the clean water source is the shower. But if we don't have somebody under running water, if we have them in a bathtub or we're bringing a basin of water over, we can't put water in that, or I'm sorry, soap in that water, because now it's not a clean water source for rinsing. Good morning, Pascal. Good? So our rule here is that basins are no soap zones. We don't add soap to the water in the basin, and you don't need to. We have to keep that water clean for rinsing. So since we have to rinse the water off, we don't add soap to the basin. Good? We're going to add soap to the washcloth. Now, if you remember, we learned this with hand washing. What did I have to do before I put soap on my hands to make sure that it spread around well? You have to wet your hands, absolutely. So what do you think we need to do with a washcloth before we add soap? We're going to get it wet. So we'll put all the washcloths in the water, get them wet, and then we add the soap directly to the washcloth, not the water. Good? Okay. So let's talk about when we get this water. We've done our opening. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do hand and nail care. Is that okay? Close curtain. Wash my hands. Go get all of my supplies. I start with a barrier, get my supplies, put them on the barrier, and now I've got this empty basin. I've got to go get water in. My hands have been washed. Can I touch that faucet? Can I touch that faucet with clean hands? No. Remember everything that we've done, right? We washed our hands, we got a barrier, we got our clean supplies. All we've touched is clean. Now I've got to go get water, and I can't use those clean hands on that dirty faucet. So what could I use between my clean hands and that dirty faucet to keep my hands clean? Paper towel, sure. Sure, so we're going to use a paper towel to turn the water on. Good? Then we're going to check it with the inside of our wrist, right here. Now, most of you can kind of see through the inside of your, you see the skin is thinner there. That's going to be important. That's going to be important in just a second. This has thinner skin, less muscle and fat, and it's going to be the truest temperature barometer gauge for us. If you use the back of your hands, there's more stuff there between the top of your skin and your nerves. Here, there's less. So we want the truest gauge of temperature. So we're going to use the inside of our wrists. This water should feel warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. Now, once we have checked the water temperature, it doesn't mean anything. The patient needs to check the water temperature. This is a critical checkpoint. The patient has to check the water temperature. Has to. And this has gotten a whole lot more important. So we're going to ask our patient to check the water. And this is why. As we age, our skin goes through significant changes. Significant. When we're young, we got big, thick layers. You got big skin layers, you got big fat layers, you got big muscle layers, and under all of that are some nerves. Thick layers. As we age, those layers shrink. Have you ever seen an old person, like a really old person? The back of their hands, it looks like, like a freeway. I mean, it's just veins everywhere. They stick up, look like little worms under the skin going up their arms. So how do we get from your arms don't look like that to old people arms? Well, the skin has to change. Have you ever stopped to think about this? What part of the skin is changing? Well, oh, awesome, Cass. Congratulations. Oh, I love to hear that. Passed the skills test Friday. Awesome. So the area that's changing, the skin gets thinner, yes, but the real problem here is that layer of fat. There's a layer of fat underneath your skin, and it helps protect all of the organs underneath, but it does something even more important. That layer of fat acts as a wetsuit that you never take off. It holds heat in, and it blocks out external heat. So why is this important? Well, anybody know what body temperature is? Anybody know what normal body temperature is? Yeah, it's kind of a range. 97.6 to 99.6, but let's make it easy. I like easy. 98 degrees. Let's just 98 degrees. Everybody good with that? If you reach over and touch her, she is 98 degrees. How would you describe that? Hot. If you walked outside and it was 98 degrees, how are you going to describe that? Hot. And yet we all run at 98 degrees, give or take. Now, this is so precise that if you drop below 95, you die. If you drop below 95, you die. That's how precise this is. We got to keep ourselves in a very, very narrow temperature range to even live. So the problem here is that room temperature always wins. Always. So let me give you a demonstration of this. Let's say that we make a pie. We have it in the oven at 325. It cooks for an hour or whatever. And we take it out of the oven and put it on top of our stove. How would you describe that pie coming out of the oven? Hot. It's too hot. You can't eat it. We're going to leave it on the stove. What happens when you leave to the temperature when you leave it on the stove for a couple of hours? It cools down. It specifically cools down to room temperature. Now, pie goes well with ice cream. So we open up our freezer, we get the ice cream out, and when we pull the ice cream out, it's in a freezer. So how do we describe that? Cold. You leave that ice cream out on the counter for a couple hours, and what happens? It melts. What's the temperature done? It is now room temp. Room temperature always wins. Always. So that's a problem for us. If we don't have a mechanism, an action that's occurring, our bodies will cool to room temperature. So that means that there is something happening inside us to keep us at around 98 degrees. Sound fair? Make sense? That action is you burning calories. You've heard that term. You burn calories. This is honestly one of the main reasons you eat, right? We get nutrition from it too, yes. But the main reason is that if you don't eat and your body doesn't have anything to burn, your body temperature drops. And we can't go below 95. So your body has to burn calories as fuel to keep your body temperature at around 98 degrees. That's a whole lot of burning. Not a very efficient system. We're constantly having to put more fuel in to keep burning. Good morning. Is everybody good with this? Does that make sense? So, in order to make this a little more efficient, we have this layer of fat, and that helps hold in the body heat that your body is creating. Helpful, right? You don't have to work so hard. It holds that body heat in. But it does more than that. It also helps block out external temperatures. So if you're in a cold environment, that cold environment isn't getting inside you. There's a barrier there. Remember, room temperature always wins. So this layer of fat is doing a lot of really useful things, holding body heat in, blocking outside body temperature. But as we age, that layer of fat goes away. It gets resorbed. So now your patient, your older patient, the body heat they're creating tends to radiate away. That means they're probably going to feel cold all the time. Have you ever seen an old person that's wrapped up in a sweater and you're like, oh, it's hot. Why are you wearing a sweater? Well, if they don't have that layer of fat, they've got to add an external layer to take its place. Their body heat is radiating away. So this is how they're keeping their body temperature more consistent. That's why you walk into grandma's house and it's the thermostat set at like 84 and you're like, oh my gosh, AC, it's a thing. Well, it's because room temperature wins. So if they increase room temperature, their body doesn't have to fight so hard. Make sense? Good. Now, there's another problem here. Because remember that wetsuit is there to block out outside temperatures as well. Have you ever seen an old person that says, oh my gosh, I just cannot handle the cold anymore? That's why they all retire to Florida. Yep, they're all here because of this. Yeah, I can't handle the cold anymore because you don't have that buffer, that layer to help block out those external temperatures. Make sense? Okay, so the next time an old person says, oh my gosh, I'm cold, don't look at them like they're crazy. They're not. This is real. So give them a blanket or a sweater or whatever they need. But what this is also going to do, because they don't have that layer of fat, it means that their body is going to feel water temperature way different than you do. Way different than you do. So when you feel the water temperature with the inside of your wrist, that's about as close as you're going to come to what it's going to feel like to them. Make sense? So we're going to check the water temperature with the inside of our wrist, and then we're going to ask them to check the water temperature too. And as long as everybody's good with it, we can move on. If that patient says, oh no, it's too hot, do something about it. Or, oh no, it's too cold, do something about it. The other problem here is that we all have different preferences. Think about how you like your showers. Do I have any people in here that like super hot showers? That's me. Man, the hotter the better. I want the skin to come off, right? I like hot, right? How many of you guys like lukewarm showers? Because it's like hot out there. Yeah, and some people like cool showers. Everybody has a different temperature preference. So we're going to use the inside of our wrist. We're going to, hopefully it feels warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. And then we're going to ask our patient, is this okay? Does that make sense? Good. If the water gets cold or soapy, we need to change it. So if this takes us, remember we got 11 minutes to do this. That water is going to cool down in 11 minutes. If this takes us a long time and that water feels cold, we need to do something about it. Pay attention to that. So whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. The order here matters. And you're going to hear me say this over and over and over, and it's very simple. And everybody's like, well, of course, that's a no-brainer. Whatever you wash, you rinse. Whatever you rinse, you dry. I'm not in kindergarten. I got this. But I'm going to tell you, when you're doing this on somebody else, you will get lost in these steps. And you will forget to rinse. You will. So what does that do to the patient? Well, if we don't rinse, it leaves soap on the skin. This is what soap looks like on the skin. It dries out the skin. And unfortunately, when you dry out the skin, it tends to crack. And now we've created a whole new doorway for what? Pathogens. So whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. If the water gets cold or soapy, go ahead and change it out. We're going to use a barrier for this. Don't put the basin directly on the overbed table. If that water should spill out, it becomes a slipping hazard. So make sure you're using a barrier for this. When we put lotion on, we warm it up in our skin, warm it up in our hands and then apply it. And anytime we put lotion on, we have to wipe off the excess. And that's because lotion can only be absorbed so much. When you have lotion on the skin, whatever doesn't get absorbed is just going to lay there. It doesn't go anywhere. And if I go to pick up a cup of hot coffee with lotion all over my hands, what's going to happen? Yeah, it could slip, and now that's a potential injury. So anytime we put lotion on, we warm it up. Don't squirt cold lotion on a patient. That's just mean. Don't squirt cold lotion on somebody. Warm it up, put it on, and then wipe off the excess with a towel. Good? Okay, so now we're getting into basin cleaning. This looks a whole lot more complex than it actually is. It looks, this whole process looks very complex. Don't get caught up in the weeds here. We're going to clean a lot of basins. You're going to get to see this many times. If you don't get it this time, you'll get it next time. It's okay. But basin cleaning really is pretty simple. We have notes on page 91, but let me kind of shortcut this for you. How many of you guys live in a house with other people? Okay. How many of you share a bathroom with other people? Okay. All right. So I'm assuming that you guys sterilize everything after you use it, right? No, that's impractical. Nobody is going to take those steps. So when you use a sink and you brush your teeth, you just rinse it out, right? Rinse the big globs out. When you take a shower or a bath, other people are going to use that space. You just rinse it out. Good? Okay. That's all this is. Now, the bonus here is that this patient, that what they're using, all of their stuff, their basins and bedpans and everything, is only used by them. It's not even shared with other people. It is only theirs. So we don't have to sterilize this. It's just theirs. So we're going to treat it like we do at home. We're going to rinse it, dry it, put it away. You don't have to sterilize anything here. Rinse it, dry it, and put it away because nobody else is using it. And it's the same thing we do for ourselves. Now, timeout. There are some situations, though, that do require we disinfect something before we put it away, particularly if our patient has no immune system, like if they're on chemotherapy. Remember when we put this stuff away, we're putting it away in a dark place, and it was probably pretty moist. So we have warm, dark, moist. So we want to really make sure we dry these basins before we put them away. But in some cases, we might want to disinfect. That would be indicated on the care plan for that patient. Now for the test, no care plan is going to tell you to disinfect anything. All we have to do is rinse it, dry it, and put it away. That's it. But the process we use has to allow for that disinfection process if we need it. Okay, so we're going to rinse it, dry it, and put it away. But the way we do those steps allows us to spray it with a disinfectant if we need to without changing our whole process. Does that make sense? One process for both procedures. So the way we do this is we're going to dump our basin wherever it would normally go. If your basin is holding saliva, well, saliva usually goes in the sink. How many of you guys brush your teeth over the toilet? A little weird, right? You could, but that's a little weird. So if it's holding saliva, we'll put that in the sink. Now, if that basin is a bedpan and it's holding urine, where do you think that should go? In the toilet. So we're going to put the fluid, whatever it is, where it would normally go. Good? Okay, once we've done that, then we're going to go rinse our basin, whatever the basin is. Could be an emesis basin, could be a bath basin, could be a bedpan, could be a graduate container, whatever the basin is, we're going to rinse it. And then we're going to put that rinse water, once we've rinsed it, back in the toilet. Okay, let me go back here. Remember that basins are only used by that one patient, nobody else. So usually rinse, dry, store is perfectly okay. That's all we're going to do for the test, rinse, dry, store. But sometimes we are going to have to disinfect. So once we've rinsed and put the rinse water wherever the liquid went, then we're going to set that basin down in the sink. Because if we have to spray it with a disinfectant spray, you can't be holding the basin while you're disinfecting it. Do you guys understand that's cross-contamination? So we're going to rinse it, dump it, set it down in the sink. Spray it if we need to. Now we're going to use a paper towel to pick that basin up. If I use my gloves or my hand, it's not clean. I've just cleaned that basin. Can I pick it up with dirty hands or dirty gloves? So we want to use a paper towel to pick it up. We're going to use a paper towel to dry the inside and get it dry. Remember, we're putting it away in a dark place. So get it dry. So we're going to use a paper towel to dry the inside, but I'm going to use a different paper towel to dry the outside because that inside has been sprayed, the outside wasn't. Okay. And then I'll throw that one away. And then I'm going to get another paper towel to open the drawer to put this thing away because my hand has not been washed yet. I don't want to touch the outside of a drawer with an unwashed hand or dirty glove. So dump it, rinse it, dump it, set it down. Paper towel to pick it up, paper towel to dry the inside, throw it away. Paper towel to dry the outside, throw it away. And one more for the drawer. Good? Questions? You're going to see this about 8 times. You'll get it. After we're done, we'll throw those paper towels away. So you're going to see a lot of basin cleaning. Don't worry if you don't get it this time. You're going to see it again and again and again. But remember, the whole thing here is we're just going to rinse it, dry it, and put it away, trying not to contaminate everything as we do that. All right, so our rules here is that we're going to empty the basin in the sink or toilet, wherever it normally goes. We're going to rinse it. After we rinsed it, we set it down in the sink. We disinfect it if we need to. We're not going to disinfect for the test. They don't let you spray anything for the test because we don't know who has a respiratory problem that's testing, and aerosol sprays can irritate somebody with a respiratory condition. So we don't spray anything for the test.
So will we just be like, I would disinfect if I had to? Like,
You don't even have to say it.
Okay.
No, don't even have to say it.
Are we doing this in front of the patient, or are we doing this away from the patient?
Depends on your testing center, to be honest with you. And depends on your facility, how it's set up. So let me explain what I mean. If we are in a nursing home and we have a room with 2 beds and an attached bathroom, you're cleaning this in the bathroom. So you're not in front of the patient, but you're still in their space. If we're working in the ICU, ICUs don't always have bathrooms attached. They kind of have, everything is open. So it's just a small like cube. So in that case, we might be like right there with the patient. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So we disinfect it per facility policy. For the test, we don't disinfect, and you don't even have to say it. But I need you to know where in this process you're going to disinfect. We'll put it in the sink to disinfect it, and then we use a paper towel to pick it up, paper towel to dry the inside, throw that away, paper towel to dry the outside, throw that away, and then one more to open the drawer. Throw those paper towels away. Good? Let's learn how, now that we know washing rules, let's apply those to hand and nail care. So this is going to start like everything else with the care plan. So we're going to read the care plan. When we read the care plan, it's going to tell us what to do. So in your book, go ahead and turn to page 117. And somebody read the care plan at the top of page 117.
Provide hand and nail care to one hand. The patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside and can move as directed.
Okay, so how many hands am I washing? What if the patient has 2? Why? Care plan. For the test, they're going to tell you which hand, right or left, follow the directions. They may not tell you, you get to pick. But the reason that they have it this way, they don't specify in the care plan, is because we don't know which one of you guys is going to be a patient for hand and nail care. Remember, you guys are all patients for somebody else doing the skill. I don't know who's going to show up for testing who just got a brand new kitten and has all kinds of scratches on the back of their right hand. I don't want to use that hand for hand and nail care. So they kind of leave it open for the test. Now, in a clinical setting, if they only have you washing one hand, it's going to tell you which one. And maybe we're not washing the other one because there's an incision or a burn, or they have that metal scaffolding because they played Humpty Dumpty and we had to put them back together again. Or maybe the other hand is missing completely because it was amputated. Does happen. So in the clinical setting, if you're only washing one hand, it's going to tell you which one. Good morning. Everybody good with that?
You're gonna actually bathe or dress another person that's alive?
Yes.
Hands on them?
Okay, so dressing, if you remember on Wednesday, dressing was a mannequin skill. So we would do,
That's what I thought.
yeah, we would do dressing on a mannequin, but this one is a live patient skill. So if you look at the bottom page 116, do you see how it's got a person there? If it had a mannequin there, it would be a mannequin skill. If there's a person there, it means we're really doing this on a real live person. Great question. So Pascal asks why they always wash one hand. Well, for the test, where do our evaluators want to be? Home, in their pools, drinking their margaritas. If they watch you wash one hand, rinse one hand, dry one hand, clean under the nails, file the nails, and lotion one hand, they know you got it. They don't need to see it on the other side. We can all go home. For the test, you're only going to be doing one hand because it's a way of shortening the skill. Questions? All right, so our care plan says one hand. Even if the patient has two, we're only going to wash one. Oh, no. So Rosie said, I took exam last day. That's my second retake. I failed again. I'm so sorry, Rosie. Well, listen to the lectures and it will help you prepare for your last attempt. Guys, you can only take the skill or only take the exam 3 times in 2 years. And then you either have to take a 120-hour program. That's the one usually done at colleges. Or you have to wait 2 years from your last attempt to retest. So hopefully, Rosie, you'll get what you needed to get through watching these lectures. Good luck. Okay. Our online course might be a big help for you, actually. So anybody look through that online course to see the lessons in there? Anybody? Remember, you all have access to that online course, and it's actually used by hospital systems as their training. My course is used by hospital systems to train their workers. It is that detailed. Okay. I'm not sure what that means.
Saying 10 tested, only 2 passed at that.
Oh, 10. Okay. Oh boy, Rosie. Well, good luck. Good luck. Tell everybody else. Yes, Barbs, you got this. Absolutely. Okay. So when we are doing hand and nail care, we follow the care plan. That's always step 1. Always, always, always. But then we have to start the skill. So every skill starts with the opening. Every opening starts with a knock. So, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever, right? Hand and nail care. Is that okay? I'm going to close curtain, wash my hands, go get my supplies. So once I have clean supplies, I'll get a barrier and I'll get my supplies, put them on the barrier. And now I got to go get some water. I'm going to go over to the sink, use a paper towel to turn the water on. I'm going to check it. And what should it feel like? Warm. So have you noticed that we haven't even got to the skill yet? Right? So everything we've done so far are just principles. I'm going to check the water. Who else has to check the water? The patient. So now that I've done all of that, I can start getting into the actual skill. Does that make sense? Good? All right. So we're going to soak the hand in water. Doesn't matter how long. Does not matter. What we're trying to do is loosen any debris that's underneath the nails because we're going to clean under the nails. So you just want to have the hand in there long enough. Now remember, you're doing this on other testing students, you guys. So chances are you don't have a bunch of gunk under your nails when you go to test. You don't need to soak for a long time. In a clinical setting, 1 to 3 minutes is usually okay. When we have the hand in the basin to soak, we can't wash it because we don't want soap in that water. So we're going to pick it up, supporting it, and put it on a towel, soft surface, and we're going to wet the washcloth, put soap on it, and wash the hand. Nobody cares how you wash the hand. Wash it. It's not super just wash the hand. Just get all areas. Then you're going to put it back in the basin to rinse. Then we're going to take it out to dry. Okay, so far, pretty easy. Soak, wash, rinse, dry. Now that we've dried, we're going to clean under the nails with an orange stick. Now, everybody that has your packs, your red backpacks, inside your red backpacks is a little plastic wrapped. Get me a Smalls kit, please. We're going to pull out our Smalls kits. Here, just hand me the whole thing and I can unwrap it. Okay, so pull out your kits. We're going to unwrap. Once you unwrap it, you're going to lift up the bedpan, and on the side should be this little thing.
That is if I pack them all correctly.
Yeah. You should have a little pack, looks like this. It has a toothbrush, alcohol pad.
It'll be underneath the bedpan inside the gray basin.
You guys all have, this is called a Smalls kit. That's what we call it. Go ahead and open it up. And inside this kit is an emery board and an orange stick. Looks like a stick. Looks like this. An orange stick. So get out your emery boards and orange sticks, and then you can put your Smalls kits back. This is what we're looking at right here. Thank you. So to clean, so you guys all have all of the supplies that you need to perform every single skill in this kit. And from this point on, you're going to need your kits because we're going to get into them every single skill. Okay, good. All right, so this little stick thing, it's called an orange stick. It's made out of orange wood, which doesn't splinter, which is helpful when you're shoving it under somebody's nails. So, orange stick has a pointy end. We don't use that one. Has a slanted end. We do use that one. You're going to take the slanted end and go underneath the edge of the nail and circle it around. Now it's got gunk on it. Do we want to put that gunk under the next nail? So we're going to wipe it off on a towel before we clean under the next nail. Wipe that off on a towel before we clean under the next nail. Wipe that off on a towel before we clean under the next nail, and so on. Good? Do we use this end, the pointy end? Which end do we use? Slanted end. Make sure that you clean the orange stick off between nails. For the test, you're probably not going to get a lot of gunk. You're still going to clean it off. You're just going to use the towel that is already on the table. Yep, the towel that's already on the table. The hand should always be on the towel's soft surface. Remember, they don't have as much fat underneath their skin, so hard surfaces are going to feel even harder. So towel, soft. Once we've cleaned under the nails, we're going to use an emery board and file in one direction. So emery board, we always file toward the center, like this, toward the center. Those of you who are young and you get manis done, this is just a mini mani, guys. That's all we're doing here, mini mani. When you have an emery board and you're young, you probably do something like this, right? Back and forth really fast. Don't do that with an older person. Nails get brittle as we age. When you go back and forth like this along the edge of a nail, what that does is it pulls the nail this way and then this way and this way and this way. And when you do that right up the middle, the point of maximum flex or maximum, can't remember the name of it. It will split the nail right up the middle, all the way to the cuticle, and it hurts. It seriously hurts, and it can take a year to repair. So with older people, we don't go back and forth like this along the nail. We go one direction toward the center. That keeps that longitudinal stress. That's what it is. That keeps that longitudinal stress from splitting the nail. Good? And then, so we soaked the hand, we washed it, we rinsed it, we dried it. We cleaned under the nails and wiped it off in between each nail. And then we filed the rough edges. Now, the reason that we do this is because CNAs are not allowed to clip nails. You do not use fingernail clippers or toenail clippers. The clippers are advanced pieces of medical machinery we're not allowed to touch. So if we file the nails on a regular basis, we never have to trim them. That's the whole point here. If you keep the nails filed, you never have to trim them. So once we've done all that, then we're going to put lotion on. Now, in your basin, you have a small little container of soap and a small container of lotion. Now, the soap needs to be rehydrated. So you just put a little bit of water in there, shake it up, and the soap flakes become soap. So you can practice this at home. For the test, you will have spray soap.
When you're the nail part, so you do the flat edge and you do it like this way.
Like a scoop. Yep.
Or so you go like this.
Yeah, you want the beveled end facing up, so it's like a scoop.
This.
Yep, just like that. Yep.
And then you just like
Right.
Too hard.
Not too hard, just under the edge of the nail. We just want.
Kind of like scooping it a little bit.
Well, what we want to do.
I don't want to hurt someone.
Yeah, we don't want to hurt them. Red cord, red cord, red cord. Okay, so let me borrow your nails here. So I would take this, go right up under the edge of the nail and circle it around.
Just once.
Just once, wipe it off. Circle it around,
Okay.
wipe it off.
That makes sense.
Okay. So you guys all have soap and lotion. Once we've done all of these things, soak the hand, wash the hand, rinse the hand, dry the hand, clean under the nails, file the rough edges. Then we're going to get a little soap, warm it up in our hands, apply it to the skin, and then use that towel to wipe it off. Now all we have to do is clean up. That's it. Let's talk about gloves. If your patient is another testing student, would we need gloves? Well, let's go through our rules. If we're doing hand and nail care, are we touching any body fluids or personal skin? Personal skin is normally covered by a bathing suit. So, do you think we're touching personal skin? No, we're not touching body fluids. But non-intact skin, there's a maybe here. If your patient's skin is intact, like mine, I have no openings, no scratches, no wounds, no nothing, you wouldn't need gloves to do hand and nail care on me. But if anybody here have a brand new cat? Okay, you've got scratches on you. Yeah. So because you have a skin opening there, would I want to wear gloves? Yes. And I want to wear them not just for me. Who am I wearing the gloves for? For them too. So for the test, do you need gloves? Well, it depends. Take a look at the hand before you start getting your supplies and you'll know whether to wear gloves or not. Could you wear gloves regardless? Yeah, you could. You could. But remember that when you start wearing gloves routinely, you stop paying attention to what you're touching with the gloves. So there's a danger here, just wearing gloves all the time. But there's another problem with gloves, and that's environmental. Did I talk to you guys about the environmental impact? Okay. Remember that every pair of gloves that you wear is going to add to a landfill somewhere. Now, if we fill a stadium, it's like, what was it, 35 feet deep every day with gloves? Doesn't take a genius to figure out that we're going to run out of room eventually because these things don't biodegrade. They're here. So if you need gloves, wear them. But if you don't need them and we're washing our hands before and after, it's a real waste of supplies and resources to wear gloves when you don't need them.
Can you, say because I have eczema right here and open heart.
You would
I just wear one.
Yeah, you would want to wear gloves, yes. Now, unfortunately, gloves are probably going to irritate your eczema. Yeah, so I would invest in a really good quality lotion. And just because the gloves themselves will probably irritate it. So, but yes, it is a skin opening. So remember, skin openings can let stuff out, but they can also let stuff in. So you'd want to make sure that you have that covered. All right, any questions on this? Does this kind of make sense to you guys? The process? So once we get the skill itself done, now we got to roll into our closing. We're going to clean up all of our supplies. We're going to give the patient the call light, make sure they're comfortable, make sure the bed is in the low position. In this case, they're sitting in a chair, so we don't have to really do anything there. We're going to open the curtain and go wash our hands. So the whole closing. So when you're looking at this skill, there's really not very many steps that are about the skill. Most of the steps are reading the care plan, doing our opening, deciding if we need gloves, using a barrier, all of those principles that we've learned along the way. No, Pascal, every skill does not require gloves. So you'll want to go back and watch last Wednesday's lecture on this. And this is a common misconception. It would be a whole lot as an instructor. Oh my gosh. Do you know how much time I would save if I just told her, just wear gloves for everything? I would save so much time, so many words. But would that help our patients out there? No.
So every skill only says glove rules, just so you remember that if they do have personal skin non-intact and then body fluids, just so you know.
Right.
Okay.
We have to evaluate gloves for every skill.
Okay.
We don't have to wear them for every skill.
So like our last one, when we washed the patient, you would wear gloves, wouldn't you? Because there'd be openings.
If you're going to touch any body openings. So this is our first washing skill. So we're going
I don't remember saying anything about gloves, so I didn't know.
So this is our first washing skill. All we've learned so far on skills is pulse and dressing. So when we're taking a pulse, if the patient has a body opening, you would wear gloves. If we're dressing a patient, if they're incontinent, you would wear gloves. But if they're not, if they're totally continent, you don't need them. You're welcome. Okay, good. Any questions so far? Any questions? All right, so I'm going to show you the video for this skill. It's going to have a lot of close-ups. You can see all of these steps all the way through. And then we'll take a break. Desktop.
Last 3 videos.
Yep.
And here, right?
Yep. Okay, and
Sounds like one.
there we go.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Wonderful. I need to do hand and nail care on one hand. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands, and then I'll gather my supplies.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to start with the barrier. So I'll place a barrier on the table, and that will give me a place to set your clean supplies. We need to have a method in place for that, but I haven't set that up yet. And then I'm going to gather a basin, soap, and lotion. An orange stick and emery board. Oh, hold on. Two washcloths. Oh, yeah. Okay. And a towel. It's good. It's good. Yeah, it's good. I'm going to go get some water in the basin.
Okay.
Now watch that I turn the faucet on with a paper towel. Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature, make
Yes,
sure it's
ma'am.
okay?
It's
Is
great.
it good?
Yes.
Okay, you can submerge your hand in there if you'd like,
Okay.
and I'll bring that tray a little bit closer to you.
Thank you.
Is that comfortable?
Yeah.
I'm going to place the washcloths in here, and we'll wet one of the washcloths and use it to get your hand wet. Now I'm going to place your hand over here on the towel. Apply soap to the washcloth. And now I'm going to wash all surfaces of your hand, including in between the fingers, in this area between the thumb and the forefinger. We're going to turn your hand over now and wash the palm of your hand. Now we're going to place your hand back in the basin to rinse. Okay, I'm going to bring your hand over here to dry. I'm going to dry between the fingers, and then I'm going to turn your hand over and dry the palm of the hand as well. Okay, now we'll take the orange stick and I'm going to clean under each nail. Just cleaning the edge. Does that hurt?
No.
Very good.
Make
We'll
sure
wipe
you
the
wipe.
orange stick on the towel in between each finger. And now I'm going to file any rough edges. So I'll file from the outer edge to the middle. Checking each nail for any rough edges. And now we can apply lotion. So I'll get a little lotion, warm it up in my hands, and apply it to all surfaces of your hand. Does that feel good?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. Now we'll wipe off the lotion. Okay. How's that?
Great.
Wonderful. I'm going to place my soiled linens in dirty linen container and then clean up my workspace. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I can touch the faucet now because my hands are not clean. But if in doubt, grab a paper towel. Okay, on the way, we'll pick up the soap and the lotion and place them in the basin. We'll use the paper towel to open the drawer, place the basin in. These items will get thrown away. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I offer you a magazine?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call light is right there. Please use it to call me if you have a need. I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right, any questions on that? So you can wear gloves if you are concerned about what kind of content they might have underneath their nails, right? So that would fall under body fluids. If I've got somebody who's been living outside and hasn't had access to a shower in a very long time, then yes, I would probably wear gloves because I don't know what kind of body substances they would have under their nails. So again, you can wear gloves if you feel you need to. But the biggest thing here is to remember that when you have gloves on, you've got to pay attention to what you're touching with those gloves.
I have two questions. So when you clean the basin, you only cleaned it once. You only have to clean it once if it's not like for other, other uses.
You only have to clean it once for anything.
For anything. It's
For
just
anything.
once you just put the water in and you pour it out. And then my second question is like after you do the skill, do you write it down what you did?
Okay, so let's talk about documentation. There's only 4 skills that require documentation. There's pulse, respirations, feeding, and emptying a drainage bag. That's all that requires documentation for the state exam. Now, in a clinical setting, it depends on what your facility policy is. In most clinical settings, CNAs are only allowed to document numbers. That's it. So how much the patient ate, what they weighed, their pulse, their blood pressure, numbers. When we get into words, there's a lot of legalities involved. So a lot of facilities aren't going to allow CNAs to document in words because charts, medical records, are discoverable in a court. So if that patient or their family takes the facility to court, every word you wrote is now legally admissible. So there's a lot of legalities here. And if your facility allows you to document in words, they're going to require you go through a documentation training session. So a couple of things that you're going to need to know about documentation if you're documenting in words is number one, avoid the use of the word I. Because when you use the word I, who's the focus on? Who should the focus be on? The patient. So I wouldn't want to say, I walked in the patient's room and found them laying on the floor. Because now the focus is on what I did, me. It would be the patient was found on the floor. Make sense? The second thing is to be brief but complete. So you would want to not get into a real long rambling scenario. Instead of, I ran down the hall to find the nurse, but she was at lunch, so I went to the other wing and got another nurse. That's a lot of extraneous details we don't need. So brief, nurse notified. You could put covering nurse notified. You want to be very specific with your wording. And because of that, because it can be called into court, and every word that you write can be questioned by a lawyer, in a lot of cases, CNAs aren't allowed to write in words. So you would have to go through your facility to know what the documentation processes are in that place. Good? Good. Okay. Any other questions? Let's go ahead and take our break. Come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, guys. Any questions on what we've gone over so far? So Helen, oh, hey, Helen. Helen says, does it mean that we can only use gloves for hand and nail care if the patient has an opening? Because I thought washing skills need gloves. So Helen, this is such a controversial subject. A lot of people just, like I said, it would be so much easier for me if I could just tell you, just wear gloves for everything. But we have found that when you wear gloves for everything, it ends up, you don't pay attention to what you touch, and that puts the patient at more risk. So it's just not a good thing to have a blanket wear gloves for whatever statement. Every skill and every patient has to be evaluated independently for us to really understand gloves. Does that make sense? So the answer to your question is yes. If you want to wear gloves for washing skills, then wear gloves for washing skills. Nobody's going to, have a cow over that. But if you're wearing gloves, you need to be 100% committed to paying attention to what you're touching with those gloves. So just be aware, basically. But no, they're not required for the state exam. They're not required for hand and nail care for the state exam. As long as your patient's skin is intact and your skin is intact, there is no need for gloves. And that's the one thing I really need to get across to you, is that a lot of people think that gloves are required for these skills. They're not. They're not. It's required that we understand when gloves are appropriate. And that's going to bring us to this next skill, which is also very controversial when it comes to gloves. Yes. Oh, okay. So we're going to learn how to change an occupied bed. This is on page 141. Page 141 gives us a brief overview of how this skill is performed. Down the side here, you'll see all of the principles that are involved in performing this skill. We have step-by-step instructions for this specific skill. Over here is your Cliff Notes version, your short version. This spells out every single principle that is involved. We have a video for this. And down here is test-specific information. So if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see that somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this skill in 14 minutes or less. That's a long time, guys. 14 minutes. This is a small bed. It's like a twin-size bed. You have all the time in the world here, 14 minutes. But I want to talk to you a little bit about bed making. This is changing an occupied bed. That means somebody is laying in the bed and we have to change the sheets around them. It's a really cool trick to learn. If you're a parent, you'll use this way more as a parent than you will in a clinical setting. It's very helpful to know how to change the sheets around a child specifically without getting them out of bed, especially when they're sick. It's a handy skill to know as for adults as well, because there are situations where the patient will be confined to bed. They can't get out, and we have to know how to change the sheets around them. But whenever possible, we should be changing sheets on an empty bed. So anytime the bed is empty, if the patient is off with undergoing a test, or if they're in the shower room, or if they're in an activity, or whatever the case may be, if a bed is empty, you should automatically think, do those sheets need to be changed? Because I can change an unoccupied bed in about 2 minutes. An occupied bed, 14. Remember, I want a break today. So work smarter, not harder. If the bed is empty, change the sheets. Make sense? But we do have to learn how to change sheets when a bed is not empty. And that's what we're going to go over today. So if you look at all of these principles, you'll see that we have learned all of them except 2. We've learned linen rules, but I told you that we're going to keep 2 of them for later. Well, it's now later. We also have to learn a little bit about scoot and roll, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. We're going to learn the rest of scoot and roll on Wednesday. And then we're all done with the principles. Easy peasy. So let's talk a little bit about the 2 principles here on linen rules that we have not learned yet. So to review, linens can't touch your uniform. You have to have clean hands to get your linens. We don't shake or snap linens, and unused items must be discarded. But these 2 in the middle is what we're going to go over now. So our principle here is clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. And we are going to use this way more than you think. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. Now, the reason for this, and I really wish that I had, I'm still getting used to a new room, guys. Bear with me. There's a lot of things that I wish I had. Washcloths, please. Okay. So I'm going to have to do this kind of visually without my normal aids. So let me grab a glove here. Just to... I'm making a mess. Okay. All right. So we're going to pretend these are sheets. I got 2 different colors so that you can see a little easier. Okay. So we have 1 blue sheet and 1 clear sheet. So let me show you why this principle is important. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. So if you look at this bed, we got a patient laying in the bed. We've got a dirty sheet under the patient and a clean sheet that we're going to be putting on the bed. And what we're going to do is make the bed a half at a time. A half at a time. So if I have a clean sheet, remember we're pretending this is a sheet. If I have a clean sheet on the bed and I have, a dirty sheet on the bed and I have a clean sheet that I want to put on and I've got a patient laying there, I'm going to take this and roll it toward the patient. Now, when I do that, it's the underside of the sheet that's facing up, not the part the patient has laid on. It's the underside of the sheet. So now I would take the clean sheet and roll it toward me. So it's the underside of the sheet that's facing up. Now I'm going to take this clean sheet and put it underneath this sheet and then go to the other side of the bed and repeat the process. So I'll go around to the other side of the bed, take this one completely off and smooth that one out. Somewhat okay? Okay, so this is all about, we have a dirty sheet. This is all about rolling this toward the patient, rolling this one toward me, and tucking the clean one underneath the dirty one to change the sheets. Now, if we don't have anybody in the bed, we just take the sheets off, just like you do at home. But the problem is that we have a body in the bed. So we've got to do this in a way where the patient isn't laying on a bare mattress. We don't want patients on a bare mattress, which means that we can't just take that dirty sheet away like we would if it were an empty bed. Can't just take it away. We have to do this in a way where we're getting rid of the soiled sheet and putting a clean sheet on at the same time. But we don't want that dirty sheet to make that clean sheet dirty right away. So that's why we roll the dirty sheet in toward the patient, which traps all the contamination inside. We roll the clean sheet toward us, which keeps it clean. And then we go to the other side of the bed and remove that dirty sheet and smooth the clean one out. Does that make sense? Can you throw that one back up? So glad I could make it. I'm new here, but I've already watched class 1 and 2. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, it's really important. Thank you, Christian. It's really important if you're tuning into class 3 that you've got class 1 and 2 behind you, because otherwise you might be a little lost. So we do this in sequence. So now here's the problem, right? This works just fine as long as the sheets are dry. Roll the dirty sheet toward the patient, roll the clean sheet toward me, change the sheets. Perfectly fine if those sheets are dry. But if the sheets are not dry, if they're wet, soiled, and it's leaked through to the underside of that dirty sheet, now we got a problem. So when we roll that dirty sheet toward the patient, if that dirty sheet is soiled all the way through, before we put this sheet on the bed, we're going to wipe down that mattress with some sort of a, whatever your facility tells you to wipe it down with, but usually like a wipe, a disinfectant wipe. And then we want to cover this sheet before we put this one under it. So I would take a chucks, a barrier. Remember, those chucks are waterproof on one side and absorbent on the other. You guys all have chucks in your kits, the blue things. So you would unfold a chucks, wrap it around this roll to keep whatever is on this sheet from bleeding over onto this one. Good? Does that make sense? Sort of, kind of? So the way we remember this, and it'll make more sense as you do this, the way we remember this is clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. If you're ever wondering, oh wait, which way does this sheet roll? Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. I never want to roll a dirty sheet toward me. I don't want dirty. Dirty rolls away. Good? Good? All right. The next principle is don't let anything touch the floor, period. Don't let clean stuff touch floor. Don't let dirty stuff touch the floor. Nothing should touch the floor. So when we take the sheets off the bed, if you're anything like me at home, when I take my sheets off the bed, I take them off the bed and throw them on the floor. Put the new sheets on and then take all of those dirty sheets into the laundry room and wash them. That's what we're used to doing. We cannot do that in a clinical setting. We can't take the sheets off the bed and throw them onto the floor. We've got to put them somewhere. Now, we have a barrier on our table, and we can put those soiled sheets on the barrier as long as they don't touch the clean ones. But there's only so much space to work with here, and that can get a little messy. So this takes a little work. And in order to understand this, I kind of have to explain to you how a facility works, because what we have in the test is going to be a little different than what we have in a facility. So bear with me here. No linens touch the floor ever. Not clean, not dirty. Nothing touches the floor. In a clinical setting, we usually use a hamper like this to put all of our linens in. It's on wheels, and it usually is in the hallway. That's where it's going to be, in the hallway. We don't keep dirty stuff in the patient's room. We don't keep a hamper or a basket or anything, to hold dirty stuff in the patient's room. We like a clear division between clean and dirty. So that means that if we can't put these sheets on the floor and the hamper is in the hallway, that means that we would be walking a whole lot, and that's just not efficient. So in a clinical setting, we are going to use a soiled linen bag. These are in facilities. They're light blue. They're actually stamped soiled linens. And you take the bag in with you to the room. You can put the bag on the floor and put the linens in the bag. No problem. The whole bag would then go into the hamper. Now, you guys are all aware of like Tide Pods, right? Tide Pods, right? Well, these bags were the original Tide Pods. These bags have been around for decades, and they're water soluble. The whole bag goes into the washer, the whole thing. We don't open it up. We don't take linens out. The whole bag into the washer. It dissolves, and it actually becomes the soap for that load of laundry. Pretty cool. So we've been using these for a long, long time, well before Tide Pods. So anything that you put in this bag is going to go through the washer. Nobody is going through those sheets to see what's in there before it goes into the washer. It just goes straight in. So any hearing aids, dentures, cell phones, anything like that is going to go into the washer and get cleaned, which means that we can destroy those items. So when we are removing sheets from the bed, it is our responsibility to make sure that there's no foreign objects in there before it goes into this bag. Does that make sense? Good. So we're going to remove the sheets from the bed, put them in soiled linen. If you don't have a soiled linen bag available, you can put a Chucks on the floor. But we can't put the linens directly on the floor. Now for the test, this is all facility, but for the test, you will actually have a basket or one of these things on wheels right in your testing room. So you won't have to go far. You can put it right in the hamper. Makes it so much easier for the test. But in a clinical setting, you need to know about these other items. Most facilities have a special room for dirty things. It's called soiled utility. Nothing clean can ever go in soiled utility. Nothing dirty can ever go in clean utility. They're totally separate. So the soiled utility area is where we put things that are dirty. So if you don't have a hamper in your hallway, you would put your bag in soiled utility. Good? And we already know this. With linens, we use it or we lose it. We can't keep things in the room for later. Good? Okay. So now we have to learn a little bit about scoot and roll. But again, we're going to focus on this a little bit further on Wednesday as well. But the biggest thing to remember about scoot and roll is your patient has to be in the middle of the bed at all times. Doesn't matter what we're doing, the patient needs to be in the middle of the bed. So if we have to have the patient on their side, they need to be in the middle of the bed. So in order to make that happen, you can't just have somebody turn on their side. If somebody just turns on their side, they're not going to be in the middle. They're going to be near the edge. So if they scoot to one side and then turn, they will end up in the middle of the bed after the turn. So the way we do this is scoot toward me and then roll away. Scoot toward me and then roll away. Now we always have a patient roll away from us, not toward us. A lot of videos online, you'll see they have the patient roll toward them. Do not do that. There's two very big reasons for this. The first is most of our weight distribution is in our back of the head, the back, the shoulders, and then obviously the back side. That's where most of our weight distribution is. When you turn somebody on their side, they will roll back onto their back always because that's gravity is pulling on that weight. Patients roll back onto their back. So here's the problem. If I turn somebody facing me and gravity's trying to pull them away from me, if they start to roll backwards, I have to reach all the way across them to stop that roll. That puts a lot of pressure on my back. I'm liable to fall onto the patient as it pulls my weight, but I'm not going to be able to stop that roll, and the patient could potentially fall. So never turn a patient towards you. The other problem here, guys, is just propriety. You don't want that patient to be eye level with your crotch. When you turn a patient towards you, that's exactly what you're doing. You're putting that patient at eye level with your crotch. And if your patient has been the victim of a sexual assault, this can turn really ugly really quickly. So we always, always, always turn our patients facing away from us. Remain behind, the patient's behind. So you're not going to have side rails in all settings, and truthfully, we don't need them. Remember, you've been sleeping in a bed your whole life. You can sleep in a bed. We're not worried about you falling out of bed. You've got spatial awareness. Let me prove it to you. How many of you guys sleep in a bed? Do you have side rails in your bed at home to keep you there? So when you go to sleep at night, you toss and turn all over the place. You don't stay in one position. You're moving constantly. There's nothing there to keep you in that bed. Your body does that automatically, even when you're sleeping. But maybe it's because your bed is big. Anybody ever nap on the couch? If you nap on the couch, you don't fall off of that either, and that's a smaller space. That's because your brain is able to keep you safe in that space. We all have spatial awareness. But maybe that's because you're familiar with your own house and your own couch and your own bed. Anybody ever go to a friend's house and stay over, or a hotel and stay over, or on a cruise ship? Those are different beds, and yet you're still able to stay in those beds without side rails. We don't need side rails in a clinical setting either, unless there's a reason for it. So the one thing that puts that little part of your brain that's always on, that's responsible for spatial awareness, the one thing that puts that to sleep is medication, certain medications, and alcohol. If you've ever seen one of those little warnings on a medication bottle that says may cause drowsiness, do not operate heavy machinery, that means that we know this medicine puts that part of the brain to sleep. And you're more likely to have difficulty with spatial awareness. Outside of that, your brain is always working. But it's also affected by alcohol. This is why when you go to a bar, you can sit on the bar stool when you first get there, but after a couple drinks, that bar stool becomes a little trickier, right? That's because that part of your brain is going to sleep and it affects your coordination. Good? Does that make sense? Make sense? So we already have a process for this. If our patient is on those medications, or if they have a problem with spatial awareness, the nurse would know that. It came out in her assessment. It would be on the care plan how we're going to handle that. We, as CNAs, do not use side rails without a doctor's order. Oh, thank you, Helen. We do not use side rails without a doctor's order. We can't decide, oh, you need side rails. You're unsafe. If we make that observation, who needs to know? The nurse. We don't make that decision. And in fact, the nurse can't even order side rails. We have to get a doctor. And that doctor has to physically come in and eyeball that patient within 4 hours of giving us that order. Side rails do not keep patients safe. This is, you think gloves are hard for me to explain to you guys? This is even harder. Side rails do not keep patients safe. Side rails kill more patients than not using them, than falls do. Patients, when side rails are up, will go over those side rails, under those side rails, through those side rails, and impingement or trapping of the patient between the side rail and the bed is a very real thing, and it kills a lot of patients every year. Side rails do not keep patients safe. But a lot of nurses get this wrong too, because back when I was trained as a nurse a million years ago, we were told side rails up on everybody. You never leave the bed until you put the side rails up, until we realized that that's not a good solution. So a lot of nurses get this wrong too, but here's the thing. Nurses will say, well, the patient is weak. I don't want them up moving around because they're weak. And if they're weak, they could fall. I don't want them to fall, so let's put them in bed and put the side rails up. So what you've done is kept the patient from falling. But if you keep a patient in a bed, not moving for an extended period of time, did we make them any stronger? No. In fact, we've done the opposite. We've made them weaker. So those side rails did not improve that patient's condition at all. Now, this is so serious that most facilities don't even have side rails anymore. Hospitals rarely use side rails unless that bed is in motion. Rarely. They hire people called sitters or patient safety attendants. They hire individuals to sit at the bedside and help the patient. Keep them from getting up, help them with whatever they need. They're called sitters or patient safety attendant. And our local hospitals hire for these. So right now, you guys are all qualified for that position. So if you want to work at the hospital, you go to the hospital's website, look for patient safety attendant, apply for the job, and now you're working for the hospital. When you get your CNA, it's easier to transfer. But we use people instead of side rails. Much safer. So remember that your patient must be in the middle of the bed at all times. Let's think about side rails for a second. Let's say that we have a patient in a bed. We put the side rails up to keep them from getting out because we don't want them to fall. Sounds good, right? Except that patient hits that call light because they have to pee. And they wait, and they wait, and they wait, and nobody comes. And they hit the call light again, and they wait, and nobody comes. Do you think that patient is going to pee themselves just because their side rail's up? What are they going to do? Yeah, they're going to go over it or under it or through it, or they're going to do something because that's a dignity issue. Nobody's going to pee themselves because you didn't show up to help. They will do it themselves. And that's where we end up with problems. We don't need side rails to keep our patients safe. And remember, they can cause injury. It's really easy for patients to get impinged in side rails. Positioning rails, which are the rails at the top of the bed, these are not actual side rails. These are called positioning rails. They don't interfere with your patient's ability to get out of bed. Anything that blocks the bottom half is considered a side rail. And that, by the way, includes a wall. So when you push that bed up against a wall to keep your patient from getting out, it's no different than a side rail. Side rails make patients weaker because they cannot move freely. So the whole goal here is to make our patients better, not make them weaker. So when we have a patient in bed, we're often going to get orders to do range of motion exercises or to walk the patient frequently or to somehow engage them in activity so that they don't get weaker. But if we don't have side rails and we're working on a patient in bed, we have to keep in mind that they must remain in the middle of the bed at all times. That keeps them safe without the use of side rails. Don't just roll them on their side. They'll be too close to the edge of the bed. We're going to scoot them toward us and then roll them away from us. So after the roll, they're in the middle of the bed. Good. When we talk about bed position, we talked about this morning when we were doing the closing. The entire bed can go up and down. And remember, the entire bed must be in the low position at the end of the skill. But we can also adjust the head of the bed and the foot of the bed at the end of the skill. Those two, all about comfort. This counts. The entire bed must be low. So when we're changing an occupied bed, we don't want that patient on a bare mattress. So we're going to replace the sheet on one side of the bed at a time. One side of the bed at a time. We'll use that clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. We'll remove the bottom sheet, smooth out the new bottom sheet, and try to minimize wrinkles. We don't want wrinkles under the patient. Wrinkles contribute to bed sores. We'll talk about that on Wednesday. Replace the top sheet. We're going to make some hospital corners. Don't get tied up on hospital corners, guys. Just get the corners of the sheet under the mattress. That's what they're looking for. Remember, nothing touches the floor. Loosen the sheet over the toes. You'll see that on the video. And replace the pillowcase. An old nursing process is to have the opening of the pillowcase facing away from the door. It's very old. It's back when we had TB, tuberculosis, because that floated on air currents, and we didn't want those air currents to bring TB into a pillowcase against the pillow because we drool. Inside the pillowcase is warm, dark, moist. We don't want people breathing that in. But you'll hear that a lot, opening of the pillowcase facing away from the door. It's a good principle to know. Even though TB isn't rampant, we don't know when it will make a comeback because it is still out there, guys. But also there's other respiratory conditions. So we just need to know that. Opening of the pillowcase away from the door. And we want to limit the time without the pillow. We have to take the pillow away to change the pillowcase, but don't do that first and leave them on the bed without a pillow throughout the whole skill. All right, so page 142 has our care plan at the top of the page. It tells us to change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. Resident can roll and move as directed, but cannot get out of bed. A bedspread, blanket, draw sheet, or underpad is not required for this skill. So top sheet, bottom sheet, pillowcase, that's all we're doing. Top sheet, bottom sheet, pillowcase. That's it. That's it. Now down here at the bottom of the page, you're going to see your supplies. This skill has a lot of supplies. It does. There's no way around it. You have to learn your supplies. So make flashcards. Make flashcards with your supplies. As a nurse, I'm not going to tell you, what's your name? Yep. Jeru. Okay, sorry. So I'm not going to say Jeru. I want you to go to room 413 and change an occupied bed, and you're going to need to take with you a barrier, a top sheet, a bottom sheet, a pillowcase, a privacy blanket, and a set of gloves if you need to, as well as somewhere to put all of those linens, a bag, a chucks, or a hamper. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm just going to tell you, go change the sheets. You have to know the supplies that you need for every single skill. So if you do not memorize this for the test, you're probably going to end up skipping some steps because you won't have the supplies to perform those steps. So you've got to learn these. Flashcards are your friend. We have flashcards. If you don't want to make your own, we have flashcards, and supplies are part of those flashcards. But you need to somehow learn those supplies. All right, so let me go ahead and show you this skill for making an occupied bed. Video. Just put that there for now.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. I need to change your sheets. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll start out with a barrier. I'm going to get a top sheet, a bottom sheet, and a pillowcase, and a privacy blanket. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to place this blanket over you. This will help protect your privacy and keep you warm while we do this skill, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to spread this out. Can you hold that blanket in place?
Yes.
And I'm going to remove the sheet from the bed. We'll place the sheet in dirty linen. Mr. Jones, can I get you to scoot toward me, please? Thank you. And can you roll so that you're on your side facing in that direction? Thank you. I'll remove the two corners of the sheet from this side of the bed. And I'm going to roll the soiled sheet in toward the patient, tightly. I'm going to tuck it up underneath the patient all along the length of his body. Now I'll take the clean sheet, unfold it, spread it out on the mattress, and attach the corners. Now I'll roll the clean sheet toward me. We'll roll it so that it's tight with no wrinkles as we tuck it under the soiled sheet. Okay, Mr. Jones, come on back onto your back, and I need you to scoot to the center of the bed, please. Thank you. Can you scoot toward me, please? And can you roll so that you're laying on your side facing away from me? Thank you.
Notice the patient
now
is
remove
always
the
in the
sheet from the
middle
bed.
of the bed.
That was soiled. Wrapping it into a ball. And I'll go place this in dirty linen.
Don't hold it against your uniform.
Now I'll unroll the clean sheet and secure the corners on the mattress. As I do so, I'll make sure to stretch the sheet so that it's flat and minimize the wrinkles that are underneath the patient. Okay, Mr. Jones, can you come back onto your back, please? And scoot to the middle. Thank you. I'm now going to place the top sheet over you. And I'll remove that bath blanket now. We'll roll it in a ball and place it in dirty linen. Now I'm going to secure the sheet. I'm going to lift the mattress and smooth the sheet down so that it's flat under the mattress on both sides. Now I'll make hospital corners by lifting the top edge of the sheet about a foot from the end of the mattress, straight up. It'll form a triangle. Everything else will get tucked underneath. I'll repeat that on this side. And I'll loosen this over his toes so he has some wiggle room. There, how's that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank you.
Very good. I'm going to remove the pillow from under your head. I'll bring it right back. I'll remove the pillowcase, being careful not to allow it to touch my uniform, and lay the pillow on the overbed table. We'll place the pillowcase in dirty linen. I'll take the clean pillowcase and scrunch it up all the way to the edges. We'll put the tag side in, place the pillowcase on top of the tag side of the pillow, and pull the sides down. I'll now place the pillow under his head with the opening facing away from the door. How is that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank you.
Are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please don't hesitate to call. Can I get you something like a magazine?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. The barrier will be thrown away. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. Okay, are you seeing how we're using these principles to build skills? So we're not learning like 21 independent skills. They all go together using these same principles. Any questions on that skill? Any questions?
There was like that one part of the video where like when you like rolled him to the side and he was like on the side with the privacy blanket on, it left the back side exposed.
Yeah, we want to minimize exposure as much as possible, but in reality, you're not going to keep the patient covered 100% all the time. That's why we really want that privacy curtain closed to make sure that we're not exposing the patient to anyone outside of the area. But remember, you are still a stranger to that patient. So as much privacy as possible, but understanding that we're not going to get 100% coverage all the time. Yes. Oh, okay. Any others? Any other questions?
So for the test, we don't have to do the hospital corners, right?
We want the corners under the mattress. A lot of students struggle with hospital corners, and I show how to do them, but they don't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just get those corners underneath the mattress so they're not hanging on the floor. You're not graded on how pretty your hospital corners look. Now, if you're working with old nurses like me, we will judge you. We will. That's just, back in nursing school, we spent a week on bed making. So we knew how to make beds like nobody's business. But it's not that critical for the test. All right. Any other questions? We good? All right. We're moving on now. Turn in your book to page 78, and we are going to learn a range of motion.
Now, we did not get to range of motion on Wednesday. So this is the first time you've heard this range of motion. These are the easiest skills to do. We have 3 range of motion skills we're going to learn how to do, but they are easy. In fact, the test gives us 4 minutes to do range of motion exercises. Easy, quick. We like these skills. So this is the first time that we've talked about it. The only principles here that we have to learn are skill specific. We know how to read the care plan. We know how to do the opening. We know how to evaluate if we need gloves, and we know how to do the closing. So not much here to learn. I do have a video for it. Test specific information is down at the bottom. If we look at the care plan at the top of page 79, it tells us to provide the following range of motion exercise to the resident's right elbow and right wrist. Be careful, your test may say left. Pay attention to the care plan. I had to pick one to put in the book, but some testing care plans say right, some testing care plans say left. You're going to follow what your care plan says for the test. This one happens to be right. It tells us to perform flexion extension, so just one exercise. Now, as CNAs, there's 3 different exercises we can do, but our care plan here tells us to do 1. So how many are we doing? 1, because that's what our care plan said. We're going to do 3 repetitions of each exercise, and the resident is not able to help with the exercises. So we're definitely going to follow the care plan. That's important. And that care plan tells us which body part, which exercises, and how many repetitions to do. So we just follow the recipe that's been laid out for us. And there's 3 different exercises that CNAs can do. One of them is flexion extension. Now, flexion extension is an up-down motion. So if I were flexing and extending the shoulder, it would be up and down. Flexion extension is up, down. If I were flexing and extending the elbow, it would be up and down. If I were flexing and extending the wrist, it would be up and down. Flexion extension is up, down. Abduction, adduction is a side-to-side motion. When you abduct a child, you take it away from its family. Don't do that. That's bad. But when we abduct an extremity, we take it away from its family. It's a side-to-side motion. But I want to point something out because this really confuses students. So pay attention to where my hand ends up with both of these exercises. Flexion extension was up. Do you see where my hand is? And down. Abduction, adduction is up. Where's my hand? Same place, but facing a different direction. And down. This works different muscles than this. So even though the hand ends up in the same place, we're working different muscles. Okay? So abduction, adduction is a side-to-side motion. And then we have rotation. Now, rotation is an around motion, around. So if I rotate my wrist, it's like, waving a magic wand. Abracadabra. But when we rotate long extremities, this gets a little confusing. A lot of people think rotation is a pitcher windup, something like this. This is not rotation. So everybody stand up for a second. I'm going to show you what rotation really is. Try not to knock out your neighbor, but put one of your arms straight out, palm up. Now I want you to roll that arm completely over so your palm up backwards. And feel what that does inside your shoulder. Some of you are popping. Get that hand all the way as far as you can. Okay, that's rotation of a long extremity. That gets the joint. Yep, that's rotation of a long extremity. Go ahead and have a seat. Sorry, I missed how to avoid the uniform touching the linen. Hold the linen out away from the uniform when you're transporting it. Whether it's clean or dirty, just make sure you hold the linens away from the uniform. All right, so we have 3 exercises that we can do as a CNA. We have flexion extension, which is up, down. Abduction, adduction, which is side to side. And rotation, which is around. Guys, you can shorten this USA. Up, down, side, side, and around. Same initials work here too. So how do we know what exercises to do with this patient? How do we know what body part to exercise? How do we know how many repetitions to do? Oh, this is easy. All the answers are there. All we got to do is follow those instructions. We're always going to support the joints from below with a flat palm. We're going to move slowly and smoothly all the way back to start. So if I'm doing flexion extension on that elbow and I go here, I have to return all the way back to start. If I go up and then just do this, this is not a full range of motion. I have to be all the way back to start for it to count. We're going to ask about or monitor pain. Guys, there are 2 reasons that exercises are done in healthcare. One reason is to make something better, improve something, regain movement or strength. We have a whole department for that. Anybody know what that department is that does exercises to make people better? Say it loud. PT, physical therapy. Physical therapists have a doctorate degree. That is 10 to 12 years of schooling to be a physical therapist. How long are we here? 4 weeks. It cannot be us. We do not do exercises to make anything better. Even physical therapy assistants have to go to school for 2 years. How long are we here? Not us. CNAs do not do exercises to regain abilities. We do exercises to retain abilities or to keep the level of function that the patient currently has. We're not trying to improve anything. We're just trying to keep it from going south while they're getting other treatment. So if the patient gets to here and says, ow, we don't say things like, no pain, no gain. Not us. We go back to start and then we go below the ow. We finish out our exercises, not inflicting pain. And then we go find ourselves a nurse and say, hey, we got to here and got ow, and let them deal with the ow, not our problem. We do not inflict pain. Very important. Good? All right. So we want to monitor for pain. We want to look. Are they wincing? Are they grimacing? Are they pulling away? Are they resisting at all? Is there any sign here that things are not going well for our patient? If so, we go below the level of pain for the next repetitions and then let the nurse know. Like everything else, our skill begins with an opening. Our opening begins with a knock. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do some exercises. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. Every skill ends with the closing. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Here's your call light. Bed is in the low position. Environment is clean. I'm going to open the curtain now and go wash my hands. Those two things, the opening and the closing, takes up about 3/4 of the checkpoints for this skill. So if you don't even do the skill, if you do the opening and the closing, you've got like 75% of it checked off. That's how important these are. We do have to evaluate if we need gloves. We're working on a patient's elbow and wrist. This is not personal skin. There should not be any body fluids present, but there may be some non-intact skin. If the patient has non-intact skin, you need gloves. So our steps here, we're going to support the extremity near the joints. We'll lift from below with a flat palm. We're going to move slowly and smoothly all the way to start. Flexion extension is up down. Abduction adduction is side to side, and rotation is around. Make sure you monitor for pain and discomfort. Page 79 gives you step-by-step instructions. Remember, if you go home and take this book home with you, this is your book, find any live human, hand them this book on this page and say, read these steps to me. You will perform this skill perfectly, 100%. And now you've developed some muscle memory. So when you go to the test, your body automatically knows what to do. And you don't have to rely so much on the brain. That's why you guys all have supply kits to be able to practice skills outside. Good? Questions? Okay, can you put the video up, please?
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Great. I need to do some exercises on your right elbow and wrist. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones. I'm going to do all the exercises. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort as we do this, okay?
Okay.
The first exercise I'm going to do will be on your elbow. We're going to bend your arm up and back down to the bed like you're making a muscle.
Okay.
We'll do this 3 times each, okay?
Okay.
So the first thing I'll do is bring your arm straight down.
Mm.
We're going to go all the way up and then all the way back down. Feel any pain?
No.
All the way up and all the way back down. Still okay?
Yes.
And one more. Very good. Okay, now we're going to work on the wrist. We're going to bend it forward and backward like you're revving a motorcycle.
Okay.
We'll do this 3 times. So forward and all the way back. 1. Feel okay?
Mm-hmm.
2. One more. Forward and all the way back. Is there any pain or discomfort?
No.
Thank you. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? A
No.
magazine perhaps?
No, thank you.
Are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Call light's right there. If you should need anything at all, please let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to open the curtain and go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review all the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Super quick and easy. Questions? I would do range of motion all day long for the test. Not too many steps to worry about. Now, one thing that I do want to point out is that I explained these exercises to the patient using motions that he would understand. Making a muscle. If I said things like, we're going to do flexion extension on your arm now, the patient might unconsciously tense up because he doesn't know if that's going to hurt. So I try to put these in ways that the patient is familiar with and can understand. So revving a motorcycle, making a muscle, asking a question, making a snow angel, motions that are fairly common. Most people would understand. That gets your patient to relax a little bit and helps them not be so fearful of what you're going to be doing. All right, so we're going to completely switch gears now. And we are going to learn blood pressure. So those of you who have your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes, go ahead and take them out. Okay. What's that? Some come with bags, some don't. Either way is fine. Who needs a blood pressure cuff? Who does not have one with them? So can you pass out blood pressure cuffs? Okay. Well, we'll put them all together in just a second.
Keep your hands up for me, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 6. Yes.
6. Forgot about that.
Yeah, I know. You're not going to hear anything. Nope. All right, go ahead and unpack your kits. Those of you who are using a loaner kit, please make sure that we get them back. If your kit has pieces, don't worry about it. Just leave everything alone for right now. We're going to go through this step by step, but I need you to stay with me. There's a whole lot of really small details to this that you probably don't know and think that you do. So I got to break down some things in order to teach you. Okay? So stay with me. On page 56, this starts our lesson on blood pressure. This is a non-tested skill. That means for the exam, we are not going to be doing blood pressure. You're not going to be taking a blood pressure at all for the state exam. Not one of our tested skills. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to learn it, because it is something that you will have to do in a clinical setting. They're just not going to test you on it. But this could show up on the written test with normals and abnormals, and our process could also show up on the written test, which is why we need to learn it. So in order to understand how to take a blood pressure, we kind of have to learn what a blood pressure is. So let's start there. You have a heart on the left side of your chest. That heart squeezes, it contracts. And when that heart contracts, it pushes out a wave of blood. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes the one in front of it, and so on. Everybody with me so far? Do you guys remember taking a pulse? Remember, we pushed down on an artery and we counted the waves that moved under our finger. They felt like thumps. That's what we see here. These are the waves that are moving through the artery. Well, instead of counting the waves, which we did with pulse, we have a whole skill for that. Instead of counting the waves, what we're interested in is how much pressure is inside that artery when a wave is moving through and in between waves. How much pressure is in the artery. So when a wave is moving through, that's more pressure, top number of our blood pressure. In between waves, less pressure, bottom number of our blood pressure. Helen says, if in case the patient has neck problem, how can I not start by changing the pillow? Or can I not start? Helen, you would go by your care plan for that patient. If in doubt, ask the nurse for that patient. I can't give you an answer for this scenario because I don't know anything about that patient. You would go to your nurse for that information. Okay, take that. Thank you. So normal values for a blood pressure, 100 to 119 on the top, 60 to 79 on the bottom. These are normal values. 100 to 119 on the top, 60 to 79 on the bottom. So if we have a blood pressure of 102 over 64, is that normal? If we have a blood pressure of 118 over 76, is that normal? If we have a blood pressure of 132 over 90, is that normal? What will we do with abnormal readings? Report them to the nurse. Do we get to decide how abnormal needs to be reported? Any abnormal. If it's just the top number that's abnormal, it gets reported. If it's just the bottom number that's abnormal, it gets reported. If they're both abnormal, it still gets reported. Good? Questions? You will have a vital signs question on the state exam. You will have, so you need to know those normals. So let me go back here for a second. I want to show you this. Let's talk about this for a second. So let's say that I have a hose attached to a faucet on the side of my house. And I go out to that hose and I turn the water all the way on. That hose is going to fill up with water. It'll expand a little bit and it's going to get hard. There's now more pressure inside that hose. Now, if I turn that hose all the way off, the water trickles, the hose gets softer, and there's less pressure inside that hose. Everybody with me? So all the heart is doing is turning that faucet on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, about 70 times a minute for your entire life. It doesn't even take a coffee break. On, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. You guys get that? Okay. So what we want to know is when the faucet is on, how much pressure is in that hose? When the faucet is off, how much pressure is in that hose? So the reason for this, here in Florida, if we leave that hose outside in the sun for like 10 years, and that hose is always on full force, and you've got all of that pressure inside pushing against the hose, and we've got all the stress from the sun beating down and the weather, that hose over time is going to split. It's going to reduce the lifespan of that hose, right? So if we have a lot of pressure inside and a lot of stress outside, it reduces the lifespan of that hose. This is why we get concerned about high blood pressure, because our society is full of stress. We can't do much about the stress that our arteries are subjected to, but we can do something about the amount of pressure inside that artery. So as a CNA, our job is to try to find high blood pressure that the nurse can then figure out a solution for. Good? That's why we do what we do. This is how we do what we do. So let me have that pen, please. So we have a gauge. We'll be working with our blood pressure cuffs in a minute, but I want you to kind of pay attention up here so we know what to do with our gauge when we get there. So we have a gauge that has a whole bunch of numbers on it. And what we're going to do is inflate that cuff so that our gauge goes up. And we're going to deflate that cuff slowly, and we're going to listen. Now, it's going to be quiet, and then we're going to hear the first thump. Where the needle is when you hear the first thump, the number that it's pointing to, that's your top number of your blood pressure. You'll hear more thumps, thump, 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 thump. We don't care about those. And then you're going to hear the last thump. And we know it's the last thump because no more come after it. Where the needle is when you hear the last thump is your bottom number. So we inflate our cuff, we deflate our cuff, we listen for the first thump and the last thump. That's how you take a blood pressure. It's that simple. It is that simple. Don't overcomplicate this. But I notice I did not say when the needle jumps, when everything slows down. I said when you hear the first thump and when you hear the last thump. Your eyes have nothing to do with this. Your needle's going to do all kinds of crazy stuff. It doesn't matter. It's what we hear. Your eyes have to be involved just to see where the number is. It's what we hear. Good? You'll hear a lot of crazy theories out there. None of them are correct. And I'm going to show you why. But as a CNA, we do normal. You guys remember me saying that? CNAs do normal. So for us, we're going to inflate this cuff somewhere between 160 and 180. That's as high as we go. That's it. That is it. Do not go over 180. 180 hurts. What effect do you think pain has on blood pressure? Makes it go up. So if we inflate this cuff up to 240, that's definitely going to hurt. You're going to get high blood pressure readings. But we don't know if the high blood pressure is because we hurt the patient or if they really have high blood pressure. Does that make sense? So as CNAs, we only go up to between 160 and 180. We don't go any further than this. If the patient needs the cuff to go higher than that, who would have to take that blood pressure? The nurse, because CNAs do normal. Starting to see the division there? We don't have to solve all the problems. Good? So how far up do we go? 160 to 180, no higher than that. And then we're going to listen. Now, remember we're listening for the first thump. The first thump. If it's the first one, it means there's none before it. We're listening for the first. And if you remember, normal was between 100 and 119. We went way up here. And we're listening. And we're listening. And we're listening. And man, there is a whole lot of listening between one and here. A whole lot of nothing. It is quiet. And this is the hardest thing that CNAs have to deal with because your brain will talk you out of a blood pressure. Your brain will say something like, I don't hear anything. I must have missed it. I'm not hearing anything. I must not be doing this right. I don't hear anything. You're not supposed to hear anything. It is quiet for a reason. We're listening for the first. Now, the first might show up way up here. Patient's got high blood pressure. The first thump might show up down here. Patient's got normal blood pressure. But the first thump you hear might show up way down here because the patient has low blood pressure. Don't assume because you haven't heard anything yet that there's something wrong. You inflate, you deflate, and you listen. That's it. That is your whole role. That is it. Good? But you will talk yourself out of a blood pressure. So it's quiet. And then we hear the first thump. Now, when you hear the first thump, wherever that needle is pointing, that is your top number. you're going to hear more. You'll hear more thumps. We don't care about those. What we're listening for is the last thump. But the problem is that last thump doesn't announce itself. It doesn't say, get ready, get set, here I come, ta-da. It doesn't do that. It just thump, 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 thump. Oh, that one was the last one because there are no others. So the last one can be a little bit tricky to get. And it's the last clear thump that we hear. Not the last ghost of a thump or a maybe thump. It's the last clear thump. Good? Now, some of you are going to have problems with the top number. You just will. You're my dreamers. If you find your brain goes and wanders off a lot, you're going to have trouble with the first one. Because we inflate, we deflate, and it's quiet. 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 Oh, I'm quiet. Hungry. I wonder, thump, what I'm going to have thump for lunch. Thump. Maybe thump. Talk about thump. Oh, crap. There's thumps. Where did they start? Your brain was busy doing something else, and you weren't paying attention. If you have trouble staying on task, you're going to have trouble with the top number. I tell you that so you can work on strategies to get yourself dialed in. Now, on the other hand, I've got some of you who are going to have problems on the bottom. You're my dancers. You're my rhythm people. If I snap out of rhythm, my rhythm people will keep up with it. You're my musical people. You'll just keep up with that rhythm and then fill it in when it goes away. Now, if you are a musical person, you may not be able to get that bottom number right away because you're not sure, did I hear it or did I make it? Now, some of you are going to have problems on both. That was me. When I learned blood pressure, I'm a dreamer and a dancer, and man, this was tough. And I had to learn how to pay attention to what I needed to hear. If you're aware of it, you can start working on strategies to combat it. Good? Good. All right. So to recap, we're going to inflate up to somewhere between 160 and 180. We're going to deflate slowly, and we're just going to listen. We're listening for the first thump, and we're listening for the last clear thump, no matter where it is on the dial. And then once we hear the last clear thump, we're going to go all the way to 0 before we take that cuff off. Thank you, Sheila. Nope, the 21st. And how come blood pressure cuffs go above 180 if pain affects readings? Because, thank you, Luna, good question. They have to go above 180 because we have to know what a blood pressure is if it's high, but that's not a CNA task. That would be a nursing task. Okay, good? Any questions? All right, so let's figure out how to use this stuff to get that reading. And in order to do that, we're going to look at both pieces individually so I can explain to you how to make this work. So our blood pressure cuffs, they look like this. If you have a gauge and a valve that is not attached to your cuff, just plug them into the hoses. It doesn't matter which one goes where. Just plug the gauge into one hose and the bulb into another. Doesn't matter which is which. If you have trouble, let us know and we can help you. These are one size fits most adult, but not one size fits all. And thankfully, they have a handy measuring gauge built right in. If I am concerned that this cuff will not fit my patient, if I think my patient's arms are too small, or I got a bodybuilder and I think the arms are too big, I can use this white stripe along the edge of the cuff to measure. And the way this works, can you take your jacket off?
Right now, sleep, that's not an issue, is
That's
it?
fine. So the way this works is if I'm concerned that this isn't going to fit his arm, I'm going to take that white stripe and I'm going to put it underneath his arm about an inch above the elbow and wrap it around. If it wraps more than halfway, let me put it this way. If it wraps more than halfway, it's too big for my patient. So this cuff is a little too big for him. If it wraps less than a third of the way, if I can't see either one of these corners, it's too small for my patient. If we don't use the right size cuff, we will not get the right reading. Okay? If you can't see either side, it's too small. If it wraps more than halfway around, it's too big. So it's got to be between 1/2 and 1/3 the circumference of the arm. Okay, so we have a cuff. We have measured it. We know it's the right size. We have this gauge. Now this gauge is heavy. Feel how heavy that gauge is. That gauge has some prongs on the back. We do not use the prongs. We use the clip. If you press down on the bottom of the gauge, the top magically opens. You've got a fabric tab on the outside of your cuff. If you open the clip, slide it up that fabric tab, and now it's firmly attached to your cuff. So open the clip by pressing down on the bottom, find your fabric tab, open and go up to seat it on the fabric tab. This keeps your gauge in place when you're taking the blood pressure off and putting it on. Otherwise, if you just have it kind of laying there, this can fall and your patient's wrist is right there. If your patient has osteoporosis, you will shatter their wrist. We want this gauge secured on our cuff at all times, just like that. Okay? All right. This bulb is how we put air into and take air out of our cuff. Please do not inflate your cuffs if they're not wrapped around something. If you do, that bladder inside, that balloon inside doesn't have anything to press against. And with no natural limits, you can explode that balloon inside your cuff. And now it's no good to anybody. It's broken. Yeah, it does throughout the calibration too. So don't inflate your cuff unless it's wrapped around something when you're practicing. That's why I wanted you guys to all bring cans or something in with you. We're going to get to that in a minute. So this bulb is what puts air into our cuff, and this dial is what lets air out of the cuff. So in order to make this work, we have to be able to reach that dial. So when you have a cuff wrapped around somebody's arm, you're going to hold this bulb in your palm like this with the tubing up. Not like this. Like this. And you want to hold it so that silver dial is facing you and have your thumb and index finger on that dial. And don't let go. Treat it like a hand grenade. Don't let go. So you're going to close that valve, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. So we're going to turn that valve to the right just until it stops. Don't tighten it because we got to loosen it in just a minute. And if you tighten it, you got to go, ugh, and then all the air comes out. So just until it stops, then you would squeeze the bulb. Don't squeeze your bulbs. And then you're going to turn that dial ever so slightly to the left. And when I say ever so slightly, I mean Thumbelina size motions, tiny, itty bitty movements of this dial. It doesn't take much until that needle starts to move down. Okay, good, good. All right. So Jake, we're going to try something here. On our camera, Jake, can you zoom in? I'm going to hold this here. I want you to zoom in on this gauge.
Welcome to you.
It might,
I'll have to adjust the iris.
yeah. It's trying to focus on the,
Yeah, it's not liking it. Here, let's just do this for the moment.
yeah.
Why won't it focus?
No, okay, that's all right.
Oh, hold on.
We can do a wide view then.
It is not happy. Oh, there we go. Okay. Had it there for a moment. This is something we'll get programmed.
Yeah, but unfortunately they can't see it.
True. Now I can probably turn it back on now that I got the focus properly.
Oh, we got to do input.
Sorry about that, everyone.
Okay, there we go. All right. Can everybody see the screen? I know it's a little dark. Watch. Okay. See, I'm only going up to between 160 and 180. And then I'm going to slowly let that air out. See that needle? See how fast it's going? It's barely moving. Kind of like a second hand in reverse. Everybody see that? That is your speed. But it's not a crock pot. We can't set it and forget it. My fingers here are constantly moving that silver dial little by little, opening it up to get that speed. This is very, very small motions. Okay? Okay, can you put me back to where I'm supposed to be? Wow, cool. Okay. Still learning this new camera. I'm super excited about it. All right, so good? Good. We hold this in our palm. We close the valve, pump air in until that needle gets up to between 160 and 180. And then we're slowly going to open that valve by turning it to the right, little by little, little by little, little by little, little by little, until that needle starts to come down. And as that needle starts to slow down, we got to open a little more. When the needle starts to slow down, open a little more. When the needle starts to slow down, open a little more. And we want to go all the way to 0. Good? Questions?
So you keep it closed and then you put air in it,
Right.
and then it's not going to go anywhere. The needle's not going to go anywhere.
The needle will go up to 160 to 180.
And then you slowly open it to the left.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Yep. Okay. So we only have one. So you guys, I'm going to pass this around. Those of you who have something to wrap your cuff around, go ahead and wrap your cuff around and practice inflating and deflating. Yes.
I think in mine, does this do anything?
Nope. So any pieces, parts that you have, put back in your case. Any pieces, parts that you have, put back in your case. I don't know. I've never used this cup for this, so we're going to try it out. So.
Perfect, thank you. Someone's already on it.
Yeah, little tiny motions. Now, guys, you have to do this one-handed. You have to do this one-handed because if you use both hands, you have nothing left to hold your stethoscope later.
Sorry, I'm a little.
You're good. You're good. So this cuff is a home cuff, which is fine to use for practice, but so you're going to leave it in that bar. We'll slide this over. This is, you're just going to have to leave that on the table because this is basically to be able to take your own blood pressure,
Oh, okay.
not somebody else's. And
I'm gonna fire
hopefully
my
then,
mom.
there we go. There we go. So now you can, whoa, okay. Yeah. Okay. So practice inflating and deflating your cuffs. Practice inflating and deflating your cuffs until you kind of have an idea. I'm not looking for perfect, not looking for perfect. I'm looking for an idea about the mechanics. So remember, you want to do this with one hand. One hand.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do it.
Memory technique, I just thought of when you're talking about letting it out. You just picture you're trying to let all the air out of the room as slow as possible to be as annoying as possible. So it's all about modulating just a little bit of air coming out.
Yeah. Make a note, we need the cans down here. Okay, so if the needle is not moving like this, our valve is not closed. So we're going to turn it this way to close the valve.
Oh, it's the opposite way.
And then we're going to open it just a little bit. See that needle? Just a little bit. Now see how it's starting to slow down a little? I'm going to open it just a tiny bit more. And just a tiny bit more.
The more you have it open. So if you just barely crack it, your goal is to let the air escape as slow as possible.
So wait,
Yeah.
this way?
Righty tighty. So turn it to the right.
Turn all the way to the right, pump it up to where you get that 160.
No.
And then you just
Remember that this has to face you. Turn it to the right to close. Turn it to the left to open.
It has to be close.
Yeah, it's got to be closed to hold the air.
The slower you let the air out, the better. Like I was just saying,
Nope, you got to use one hand. So you're going to
multitask. That's crazy.
You hold your, there you go. So you're going to close it, pump it, and then open it just a little bit to the left. There you go. Just like that. Just like that. As long as, if you're holding that silver dial and not letting go, it makes this a little easier.
It hurts this part.
Yeah, you're going to have to build that muscle a little bit. Yeah. Here, you want to try that?
Oh, sure.
It's a little bit of a technique to it. It does come with time.
Oh.
Less is more when you're just kind of like little twitches. When you crank the gauge all the way closed, you have to put some little bit of extra on it. As Ms. Patty was saying, you don't want to give it that extra little tight. You want to make it to
As
where
you're
it's
letting it go,
closed.
you want to like fully like this thing too, right?
You can keep that in your hand so you have a grip on it. Because she said,
But don't compress it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just kind of like supporting it in your hand and slowly letting that air out.
Jake, recalibrate, please. There we go. Thank you. Good. You can just leave it there. Thank you. All right. Did everybody have an opportunity to practice inflating and deflating? We're going to move on now. We're going to move on. Whoops. This is why it's helpful to have your own blood pressure cuff and stethoscope at home, because you're going to want to get a Lysol can or some other can at home, and you're going to want to practice inflating and deflating. You're going to want to practice this because you probably don't have it really smooth yet. Take some time, take some practice. But let's move on to the rest of the lesson. So we're going to close that silver valve. We're going to pump until we get up to 160 to 180. And then we're going to use that little silver valve to let the air out slowly. And let me show you what's happening inside the body as we're doing this, because sometimes I think this can help you with the visualization. We have a cuff around the upper arm, and when we inflate the cuff, that air is pushing in on that arm. So we're using the muscles that are in the arm to close off that artery. We're closing that artery. And when that artery is closed, the heart is still beating, still pushing out waves, but they can't get through that restriction. We're closing it off. So we have some waves, and then we have a toll booth that is closed. So the waves are going to kind of stack up there, waiting to get through. And as we let this air out, using that little silver dial, as that air starts to come out and the needle starts to come down, that pressure inside that cuff is going to gradually release, and waves are going to be able to push through. Now, what we're going to do is use a microphone, which is a stethoscope. That's all it is. It's a microphone. And we're going to listen for a wave of blood hitting the top of an artery, because that artery is compressed. When the waves push through, they're hitting the top of the artery. When they hit the top of the artery, they make a thunk sound. And that's what we're going to listen for, is a wave of blood moving through a restriction hitting the top of an artery. Everybody got the visual? When we hear that first thunk, that's the first wave. That's why it's quiet, 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 because that artery is just expanding. And eventually that first wave is able to push its way through, and we hear it as a thunk sound. So where the needle is, when we hear that first thunk sound, is our top number. We'll hear more thunks. We don't care about those. More waves are passing through. Don't care. What we're listening for is our last clear thunk, because after that, the artery is wide open. Those waves aren't hitting anything. There's no thunk sounds at all. So the top number is the first thunk we hear. The bottom number is the last clear thunk we hear. This is why if you put your stethoscope here, you're not going to hear anything, because our arteries are wide open. If you put your stethoscope here, you're not going to hear anything because our arteries are wide open. The only time you're going to hear a thunk is if the artery is compressed. Good? Questions? All right. So we hear a thunk, and then we hear more thunks, and then we hear our last thunk, and then blood is just going through the artery and everything is fine again. But that last thunk gives us our bottom number. So this person's blood pressure is 118/78. We always say over. Big number over small number. We'll keep deflating until that needle reaches 0, and then we can remove the cuff. So where we hear the first thunk, top number. Where we hear the last thunk, bottom number. And in order to learn how to do this, we have to learn to read the dial. So when you're looking at this, they're marked in 20s. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Big numbers in between are 10s. Oops. Big numbers in between are 10s. So we have 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. The little tiny marks are 2s. 2s, not 1s, 2s. So we inflate to 160, 180, deflate slowly, listen for the first thunk, which is our top number, the last thunk, which is our bottom number, deflate to 0, and document. That's all there is to a blood pressure. Don't overcomplicate this.
It's always an even number.
Always an even number because our gauge only has even numbers. Now, automated machines can give us odd numbers because they're much more specific than we are. But there's no way that you, as a human, remember all of this is happening at once, right? Your hand is controlling the descent. Your ears are listening for thunks. That needle is moving always, never stops. So consistently moving, your ears hear a thunk. Your ear tells your brain, I heard a thunk. Your brain tells your eyes, what's the needle pointing to? There's no way to do all of that in one of these little tiny spaces. So as a manual blood pressure, we should always give even numbers. If you give us an odd number, we know you're guessing. It really is that simple. We know you're guessing if you give us an odd number. And I'm probably not going to trust it. I'll probably have to go take it myself because I just don't trust it. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So you have a activity in your book on page, was it 143? No, I'm sorry. What's this page right here? 57. You have an activity on page 57 in your book that will help you identify first thunk, last thunk, what the blood pressure is and whether it's normal. You're going to want to do that gray box. But in the meantime, let's learn about our stethoscopes, because as complex as you thought the blood pressure cuff is, this will keep you from getting a blood pressure if you don't understand how these are set up. Most people use stethoscopes wrong. So stethoscopes usually have two diaphragms. So like this one, see how it has two sides? If it has a cup-looking thing, it's called a bell. Flat thing is called a diaphragm. Some of you only have one, and that's okay. If you have two sides, it's important to understand. Watch closely. Watch. The whole thing flips around. The whole thing turns.
You will feel and hear a click too when you're on the other side. That's the lockout.
Now, super important. If your stethoscope turns, there is an on side and an off side. If it looks like mine, hold on, where is it? If it looks like mine, like this, the flat side is the on side. If it's round like this, you should have a dot that tells you the dots are on. The dot is your on side. Okay, the dot is your on side. Now, we are listening to a wave of blood hitting the top of an artery, buried under muscle, fat, and tissue. I want the biggest microphone I can find. So we are using the large diaphragm. So the large diaphragm should be facing the same direction as your dot. If this thing spins around on you when you put it in your case, that can affect your ability to hear a blood pressure later because you're listening through the wrong side. Only one side is on. Good? Good? Your large diaphragm needs to face the same direction as the dot. Now, ear tips are where everybody goes wrong. Ear tips, for most people, are going to have to be adjusted. There needs to be a slight curve. Do you see how my ear tips curve slightly forward? See how they curve slightly forward? If your ear tips are straight like this, This is not going to help you. Your ear canals are not straight. Your ear canals are slightly forward. So you just hold down here at the chin strap thing. Okay, hold down here and you can move those ear tips. So you want them to be slightly forward. So you just hold down here and you turn the ear tips. Now, some of you are already preset, like yours, already preset. Yep, yours are already preset. Yours need to be set. So here, oops, sorry. There we go. Yours are preset. So yours, yep, just a little bit like that. So, yep, good. Good. So we're going to hold that. Hold the bottom. Yep. There we go. You probably want yours just a little bit more.
There
you go.
Just like that.
Okay.
It only takes a couple of degrees from
Good. Okay. Might be just a little bit. All right. There is a right and wrong way to put these in your ears. I know I'm running low on time, guys. Take a look at this. Do you see this one? That is right. Do you see this one? That is wrong. These ear tips have to face away from you. It's all about the patient. When you put these in, those ear tips should face the patient. You put them in your ears and then tap your stethoscope. Go ahead.
Gentle taps. Don't zap in yourself.
Nope. Turn yours completely around. Just flip the whole thing like this. Yours too. Nope. Turn yours completely around. Yep. There you go. Yep. There you go. Good. Go ahead. Good.
You were good, Mr. Garcia.
Okay. So
You want them pointed from back to front.
do you hear it? All right. Take them out. Turn the whole thing around backwards and put them in. And then pressure. Do you hear the difference? When you put these in, they have to face the right way. Otherwise, you're not going to hear anything. This is the number one reason that people can't hear a blood pressure. They have their stethoscope in the wrong way. Good. Secrets. Secrets. All right, so putting ear tips in the wrong way is a common error and will result in an inaccurate blood pressure reading. So we put our ear tips in. We put our stethoscope on the patient. We inflate up to 160, 180. We deflate and we listen for the first thump and the last clear thump. That's a blood pressure. That is it. That is it. So page 57, you'll probably want to do this. It'll help cement in everything that we learn. Unfortunately, no practice time in here right now because I've got too much to say. But those of you who have a blood pressure cuff and stethoscope, if you bring it to class from now on, we will have practice time at the end of class coming up in the next couple of class sessions. Those of you who don't have a blood pressure cuff and stethoscope, we have some here that you can practice with, but you will have an opportunity to practice on others as we go through the program. Please, if you're going to practice on somebody else at home, super important, only practice twice on one arm. If you can't hear the blood pressure, move to another arm. If you can't hear it still, move to another patient. Don't continually take a blood pressure over and over and over and over and over in the same arm. We are closing off an artery, people. That's dangerous. So you'll want to bring your kits, your red bags. You'll want to bring your blood pressure cuffs and definitely bring the spiral book to class on Wednesday. You guys all have your review sheets for today. and it will go over everything that we've learned in class today. Question? Did you have a question? Okay.
The reading you just did on the chest only.
No, you put your stethoscope here. Yep, here. We inflate the cuff and deflate the cuff.
The cuff would
Stethoscope goes
create
here.
the pressure that you're then able to hear what's in
Should
the
I
vein.
put like, should I put this in my ears? Do you want me to-
We're gonna we'll clean them.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna clean them. The classroom kits, just leave them on the table and we'll clean them off. Oh, Sheila, I did not pass a written part of the exam. I passed the skills part. Will this course help me pass the written part? Yes, it will, but you can also get our ebook, which is specifically designed for the written test. Jake will give you the link for that. And good luck. Congratulations on the skills, though. All right, any questions on today's lesson? We went through a lot of stuff. Is anybody lost? Does anybody need help? Okay, I will see you on Wednesday. I hope you have a fantastic day tomorrow. I'll remember your homework. Sorry, forgot. You have chapter 4. It's on body systems. We're going to do a complete review in class on Wednesday. Just leave them on the table for me. That's fine. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And happy birthday from Friday.
Oh, yes, it was Friday. Thank you. Thank you.